السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. كيف حالكم؟ إن شاء الله طيبين. اليوم إن شاء الله راح ألعب لعبة اسمها synchronicity tomorrow comes today. لعبة جميلة جدا، إن شاء الله إن نستمتع فيها. فبسم الله، نيو جيم. أوكي يس. طبعا هذه اسم الشركة، اسمها تكشيوراما ستوديو، شركة إسبانية مقرها مدريد. أوكي، وهنا توقف الزمن.
Recover?
I don't know. It's too soon to say. We should let him rest.
There are thousands of bodies piled in the streets.
He's been very feeble for weeks. He can't get up. He doesn't speak. Do you think we should call a doctor?
Call a doctor? Here?
You're right. Let's just hope he wakes up one of these days. Come on, my friend. Hang on. Don't give up.
Please, let me get to this.
والله مقدمة حلوة. طبعا هذه اللعبة صار يعني من ألعاب الأبوكاليبس أو الأبوكاليبتيك ستوري.
Wake up, Michael. Come on, you have to wake up.
Okay. Who are you? Who is there?
Who are you? Who's there?
Please, Michael, wake up. Wake up.
This silence. And this darkness.
This dark.
Where am I? Damn it. I can't remember.
Okay, where are you? Where are you hiding?
Where are you? Where are you hiding?
Michael, please wake up.
نفس الكلام كان
You have to
مسجل.
wake up.
Okay.
Michael? Is that my name? Please tell me where I am. I can't remember anything.
فاقد الذاكرة شكله. What's happening? What is this place? Please tell me.
What's happening? What is this place? Please, tell me.
نفس الكلام. Wake up.
Wake up,
كأنه
Michael.
مسجل.
Please wake up. Wake up now.
Wake up now. طيب.
Don't go. Please. Come back. Come back. This silence.
This dark.
This darkness. This emptiness.
طيب شو نسوي؟ Oil lamp. Act 1. A camp full of rats. مخيم مليء بالجرذان.
Good morning. I hope you're feeling better.
But
Now, don't be alarmed. I'm glad you feel strong enough to get out of bed. That's wonderful news. I must say you're looking much better, considering what you've been through, of course.
who are you?
Ah, yes, of course. Forgive my manners. You've been with us for so long that I forgot that you don't know who we are. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rod Atkinson. I was the director of the Municipal Property Registry before the world collapsed on us.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Atkinson. But
خلني بس أتأكد إن كل شيء على ما يرام. ما يمديك، لازم تخلص الحوار. Okay, where am
where
I?
am I? What is this place?
هذا
You are
أول سؤال
in
وجه.
what I venture to call our home, our humble, hopefully temporary home. This is one of the many trailers that make up the refugee camp. And believe me,
رفجي كان.
we can consider ourselves lucky to live between these four walls.
يا ساتر.
Most of the inhabitants of this hellhole, excuse my crude language, have nothing more than plastic tarps and cardboard for shelter.
Wait a second. Did you say refugee camp?
Yes, of course. The Facility for Temporary Accommodation of Disaster Victims is what they called it. You know, after the army declared martial law following the catastrophe. You look a little confused, if you don't mind my saying so. Do you really not know what I'm talking about?
I don't know.
فاقد الذاكرة.
I'm afraid not. Let me ask you.
صايرة كارثة عندهم. Can you tell me what I am doing here?
Can you tell me what I'm doing here?
Yes, of course. I think we owe you an explanation.
Yeah,
A few
لازم
days
تشرح.
after the Great Wave, we found you lying in a ditch near the airport. You were badly injured and unconscious. We couldn't just leave you there. Someone had already stolen your luggage and identification.
يا
It was
ساتر.
awful. So we decided to take care of you ourselves and brought you here. You've been with us ever
شافوه
since.
فاقد
By the
الوعي
way,
عند مطار.
I should tell you that when we found you, your clothes were ripped to shreds. So we threw them away.
ومسلوب.
The clothes you're wearing now
مسلوبة
are mine.
أغراضه.
You'll find more things in that
والآي
wardrobe.
دي حقه.
If you need anything, just help yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson.
اوكي يعطيك العافية. يعني انقذنا هذا. هو انه ما قصر.
The Great Wave?
ايوه وش اللي
What are you
قريته؟
talking about?
Well, what would I be talking about? That damned, excuse my language, explosion that brought ruin to all of us. The origin of this filthy new world that now seems to be our permanent reality. But do you really not remember? Do you really not remember anything about all this?
I feel a little weak and dizzy, Mr. Atkinson. Excuse me. I'm afraid I can't. I can't remember a thing.
Can't remember a thing.
I see. There have been many cases like yours in the camp. Try to rest and not to get too agitated. Well, there's one thing I can tell you. You can consider yourself fortunate. There's nothing nice to remember about recent times, believe me.
اوه يقول له اعتبر نفسك محظوظ. انت بهالحالة محظوظ. You said with us. Who else lives here? صحيح من هو
You
يعيش
said
معنا؟
with us. Who else lives here?
Ah, yes, of course. I still haven't properly introduced my family to you. Now is a bad time, but I promise to make proper introductions later. My wife and I sleep in the other room, and, well, little Colin sleeps with us.
Colin?
Yes, Colin is our only child. Our one ray of hope since the catastrophe. I'm going to confess something to you. Colin is the only reason my wife and I still struggle to keep going in this new world. We would have given up a long time ago if it weren't for him.
Of course. I understand. So that was your wife's voice that woke me up a few minutes ago, right?
My wife? No, that's impossible. My wife has been with me in the other room the whole time.
يا
We haven't come
ساتر.
out of there for hours.
يعني من هي اللي
But
صحتها؟
I'm glad you're feeling better and are fully conscious now. I guess we could say you've been reborn. And although the circumstances aren't the best, simply being alive nowadays is practically a luxury.
يا
So,
الله.
welcome to our home.
يقول لك مجرد تكون عايش يعني في هذا الوقت اللي احنا فيه هذا يعتبر رفاهية. اوكي from what you have told me. طبعا الصوت اللي سمعه كان قال له هل زوجتك اللي كانت تصحيني؟ الكلام اللي طلع بالوردي من شو قال لا عمرها ما قربت صوتك. بس الوضع يعني شوي. From what you have told me I see that you saved my life. I am very grateful Mr. Atkinson. ولا أنا ممتن إنك أنقذت حياتي.
From what you've told me, I see that you've saved my life. I'm very grateful, Mr. Atkinson.
No, please. You don't have to thank us. We just did what we had to. It's our moral obligation
ما
to
شاء الله
uphold
محترم
the ethical
هذا.
principles of
عنده أخلاق.
civilization in this new world. But call me Rod, please. And,
يعطيك
well,
العافية
we
يا
also
رود.
did it for Colin.
ما
you see.
قصرت والله.
What kind of future does he face if we accept that it's every man for himself, that no one cares about anyone else? It's a terrifying prospect, don't you think?
والله
We're just
صادق.
doing whatever we can to avoid that future, that's all.
يا ساتر هذا الظهر ولده.
Rod! Rod!
هذا صوت زوجته مختلف.
Please excuse me, but I have to leave you now.
No, wait, please. What's happening? Don't go yet.
I'm sorry, I understand that you have a lot of questions to ask me, but now isn't the time. Believe me, I promise to answer each and every one of your questions in peace and quiet later. Sorry, but I have to go.
Rod, please, quickly!
Okay, all right.
Now that you're feeling better, you can go out and take a walk around the camp. But please, be very careful out there. The world you knew before is gone.
يا
Heed my
الله.
warning. Don't touch anything. Don't talk to anyone. And don't get mixed up in anything.
الوضع
At
خطير
least until
جدا.
someone explains to you how things work in this new world the Great Wave left
Great
us.
Wave.
Everything has changed so much out there.
All right. Thanks for the advice.
Ah, one more thing before I go. You've been with us for quite a while now, and we don't even know what to call you. What is your name?
My name? Michael. My name is Michael.
Very pleased to meet you, Michael.
مايكل.
We'll talk again later, I promise.
Michael. That's what that disembodied voice called me. That must be my name.
يا
Wake up, Michael.
ساتر.
That's all she said. Leaving me in this immense void where I can't remember anything.
يا ساتر هو
Great
ترى.
wave? New world? Refugee camp? But what the devil could have happened out there?
Okay.
I think it might be a good idea to go out there and take a look.
يا ساتر هو ترى حتى مو ذاكر اسمه، بس الصوت قال له مايكل فرماها. أنا مايكل. خلنا الحين يمدينا نتأكد من الوضع. يا ساتر هو ما يذكر حتى اسمه. أخذ اسمه من الصوت اللي صحه. اوكي اتوقع الامور ان شاء الله انها طيبة. لا اوكي الامور. اوكي نكمل. نحاول نفتح هذا لانه هو قال لنا تركت لك
It's locked.
ملابس
I'm
في
afraid my
الوردروب.
host forgot to unlock it before he left.
طيب اوفن. لحظة فيها خاصية اللي هو السبيس. اوكي حلو، لان العاب البوينت اند كليك يعني هي صعبة جدا، فبعض الالعاب تحط لك خاصية السبيس، لما تضغط السبيس راوك الاشياء اللي المفروض تتفاعل معها او تقدر تتفاعل معها. شيء حلو.
There's a very worn old notebook hidden under the lid. The cover is practically falling off the spiral binding. It looks like someone stashed it here some time ago and then forgot about it.
طيب وش اخذنا؟ غطاء قدر. اوكي وش بعد نتفاعل معاه؟ ديرتي ديش.
A pile of frying pans, plates, and dirty silverware waiting to be washed. Ugh, this place smells like a cheap, greasy spoon.
طيب خلنا نشوف نفتح هذا الوردروب.
Impossible. It's locked. I'm afraid my host forgot to unlock it before he left.
الله يقول له المشكلة، يقول له يعني تفضل خذ راحتك من الخزانة هذه، وطلع ناس إنه قافلها يعني.
I'm not going to snuff out this oil lamp. This place looks sinister enough with light.
طيب أكلمه أقول له وين المفتاح يا طيب حق الخزانة.
It's no use. It won't open. I heard Rod bolt it from inside.
مقفلنا.
I can hear people whispering on the other side. It's the door Rod went through after hearing those moans. The same one he made sure to bolt shut.
اوكي تمام. رامبل تشيت. خلينا نشوف هذا. يعني اللي فهمته
Look at
إن
that. When I pulled back the sheet, part of it got torn on the spring sticking out of the bed frame. I hope Rod doesn't notice.
يعني صايرة كارثة. كارثة يعني أدت إلى نهاية العالم أو العالم على وشك الزوال. اسمها الجريت ويف. فهذا يعني اللي فهمته.
The bed frame under the mattress is so battered that one of the springs is turned into a very sharp protruding object.
وش في بعد؟
A depressing sight. A damp mattress on a bed frame and dirty rumpled sheets. This is the bed where I've been convalescing all this time. It's an unframed snapshot, stuck directly on the wall of the room. 2 adults and a child smiling at the camera in what looks like an enormous yard. One of
صورة
them is
العائلة
Rod,
يعني.
my host.
رود وابنه وزوجته. خلنا نطلع.
Good God, what the hell happened here? Rod was right. I don't know what hit this place.
يا
But
ساتر.
whatever it was, it struck into its very foundations, without any mercy whatsoever. What's happening now?
إسعاف هذا.
You better hide, dude. Don't you know that it's dangerous to show your face when the cleanup brigades come into the camp? You're new here, aren't you?
Yeah,
الله
you
عليك.
could put it that way.
Well, welcome to your new home. I'm Hank, but everyone calls me the Hunter.
I'm Michael. But what's going on up there?
Nothing, Mike, just routine. The cleanup brigades are taking away a sick person, a dissolved. You know how it is, just doing their job. Ironically, that house belongs to one of the camp moles. Those traitorous scumbags.
Brigades, dissolved, moles. I don't know what you're
مصطلحات
talking about.
غريبة.
I can't remember anything.
Oh, I see, you're a blankhead. Well, you better get up to speed real quick if you want to survive here, Mike. Find me if you need help, dude. I can get you whatever you need. Doesn't matter where it is, how fast it runs, or where it tries to hide. That's why they call me the Hunter.
All right.
تهمت
Remember
هذا
that.
الأخوة.
Come back here.
صياد.
Don't take her away. Don't you know who I am? Come back here. Ah!
والله إنه أطلقوا عليه.
They shot that poor man in cold blood. But why
cold
did they do
blood.
that? Hey, Hank?
أطلقوا عليه بدم بارد. راح الملعون هذا.
I'm afraid he's gone.
طيب خلنا نكلم الحج اللي هنا.
Ouch! Damn it! This vacant lot is full of trash and broken glass. I managed to rip open the sole of my foot in a rusty nail.
Hey, it's not a good idea to walk around barefoot in this enormous trash heap. You won't get very far without shoes.
Yeah, thanks for the tip.
The tip is yours to keep. But if you come near my things, you're a dead man. Understood? Wait, I recognize you. Aren't you the guy Rod's been taking care of in his trailer all this time?
Yes, I am. Do you know Rod?
Of course I do. Everyone in the camp knows Rod. You owe him your life. Don't doubt that for a second. Nowadays, no one in his right mind would do what he did for you, for a total stranger.
Yes, I'm very grateful to him. But tell me, can I ask you a few questions?
يقول في الشايب يعني ملخص كلامه يقول في هالوقت اللي احنا فيه نادر جدا واحد يسوي اللي سواه رد انه ينقذك. كل واحد يعني همه نفسه. هو يقول فعلا انا ممتن له. هذا رد شكله يعني رجل جدا محترم. اوكي.
I've been hearing about an enormous explosion. The Great Wave. What on earth are they talking about?
What kind of question is that? Where have you been all this time? Sleeping in a cave?
Well, you could say that.
The Great Wave is the reason we're confined here like animals. The entire world went to hell in a handcart that
يا
day,
الله
and we went with it.
الله يستر علينا. الجريت ويف هي الكارثة اللي مسوية كل هذا اللي مخليتهم محبوسين مثل الحيوانات.
I've
هذا
been able to
كلامه.
see that with my own eyes. Can you tell me anything else?
Okay, I'll tell you what I know. The Great Wave hit us one Friday afternoon right out of the blue. I
ما شاء الله
remember it
جايتهم يوم الجمعة.
perfectly because I'd just come out of an important meeting at that precise moment. I'd made a lot of money from a very fat contract. Yes,
Allah.
sirree, Bob.
حظه سيء مسكين.
Very fat. First, we felt the ground quaking, as if a volcano was about to erupt right under our feet. I had to get out of my car and run. Then came the explosions. Glass broke. Buildings toppled. And then for weeks, the stench of corpses rotting in the streets. In just a few hours, that damn Great Wave sent us all, with our businesses, our money, and our convertibles, straight back to the Dark Ages.
The Dark Ages?
Of course! Are you surprised? In a matter of minutes, we were left with no electricity, no water, no communications. And after the initial chaos, the dissolved started to show up. And that horrible gash opened up in the sky. That stupid breach up there that no one in this hellhole has bothered to explain to us. The fact is that the remains of the old system only held up for a few weeks. And through the cracks, what you see around you started seeping in.
The new world, right?
Yes, indeed. You catch on fast. The new world was here to stay. Welcome to the future, son. Not exactly the way you pictured it, huh?
يا ساتر، ملخص كلامه وقول انه هو يعني الامور كانت طبيعية، وهذا الجريت ويف صابهم في يوم الجمعة افترنون، وهو كان مرتاح ورايح يسوي بزنس وموقع عقود ضخمة، ويعني مجمع يعني ربحان صفقات ومجمع فلوس ومجهز مستقبل باهر. وقولوا في لحظة واحدة صار شعرنا بزلزال وبعده فولكانو براكين ودمار شامل خلفت وراها هذا العالم اللي تشوفه، وروايح الجثث النتنة وظهور مرض الديسولف هذا الشخص اللي شفناه من شوي ساحبين الأسعاف. فهذا يعني اللي صار. ويقولوا العالم تغير الحين، العالم اللي تعرفه تغير، هذا اسمه النيو وورد، أما العالم الجديد. هذا يعني ملخص كلامه. اوكي confiding we can't leave the refugee camp. يسألها هل احنا ما نقدر يعني نغادر
Do you mean we
هذا
can't leave the refugee
الكامب؟
camp?
Refugee camp. I've always found that term amusing. It seems like things on the other side of the fence work a little better. But here, look around you. Does this look like a refugee camp? It's an army detention camp. And you're a prisoner. Once you come in here, you lose everything, even your name. To them, you're nothing more than a rat. Just another camp rat. You'd never be able to get through the gate, especially if you don't know anyone or don't have any contacts on the outside. Doesn't matter who you might have been before the old world collapsed. Believe me, I speak from experience. If you're just a camp rat, I'm afraid the only way out of here is feet first. I don't know if you get my meaning.
Of course I do. Thanks for your encouraging words.
You can keep the words, but come near my things and you're a dead man.
طبعا هذه الحادثة الجريت ويف قسمت العالم أو قسمت الزمن إلى زمنين. ما قبلها يسموه الأولد وورد، العالم القديم اللي احنا يعني الحين الطبيعي هذا، والجاي لنيو وورد. وقول له أنت هنا الحكومة تعتبرك أنت مجرد رات فار أو جرد مالك أي قيمة. أوكي this shooting you explained. أوكي يسأل عن اللي صوبوا
Could you
عليه.
explain to me what just happened here?
Explain what exactly? That show the cleanup brigades put on? Someone got too chatty and ratted out a sick person, that's all. There's usually a pact of silence in the camp. No one likes to see one of their own in those ambulances. But in this case, the dissolved was a relative of one of the camp moles. Ironic, isn't it?
But they shot a man.
Yes, so they did. So what? The price of human life has gotten a lot cheaper lately. That needn't surprise anyone these days.
طبعا يقول لك ان هذا اللي شفته كلين اب بريجيد هذول لموا الناس المصابين وودوهم ما يندرى وين. وهذا اللي شفته واحد من المصابين واطلق على هذاك، وهذاك الشخص اللي اطلقوا عليه يعتبر مول. بس ما ندري وش المول وش يقصد بهالكلمة. والسبب يقول اكيد في احد فتن عليه هذا، يعني أحد أو وشبه، قال إن في واحد مصاب وجوهم أخذه. Okay, did you say dissolved?
Did you say dissolved?
Of course, dissolved. But what the hell's wrong with you? Those people are a real plague. They're sick and, so they say, highly contagious.
Okay, مرضهم معدي
Let me give you a
جدا.
piece of advice about them.
هذول
If you see one, run the other way like he was the devil himself. Even if they don't give you that deadly disease or drive you crazy with their trances, the cleanup brigades will kill you for hiding one. You saw it with your own eyes. They don't even respect their own camp moles.
ما يعترفوا حتى بالمولز حقهم، راح يقتلوه. يعني يقول لك بدولة ابعد عنهم من تشوفهم كأنك شايف الشيطان. مرضهم معدي، وحتى لو ما كان معدي يمكن يتسببوا في انك تنصاب زي ما انضرب هذا، انطخ بالرصاص اللي كان يعني قريب من هذا الديزول. A camp mole. ايوه ايش معنى هالكلمة camp mole? What is that exactly?
A camp mole? What is that exactly?
A spy, a stool pigeon.
Oh,
It's in
جاسوس
the army's
معناها.
interest to control the camp from inside.
Okay.
And so they pay some of the inhabitants to feed them information about what happens on this side of the fence. Who comes in, who goes out, who causes trouble. And, of course, who gets sick. They're scumbags, but very well-paid scumbags. And they have certain privileges that no one else in here has. Never trust a mole. They'll do anything to hang on to the favors the army gives them in this hellhole.
Okay. I'll take your advice.
You're welcome. But stay away from the shopping cart or I'll
Shopping
rip
cart.
your guts out. Got it?
Okay. يعني يقول لك هذا اللي انطخ بالرصاص هذا جاسوس للحكومة، مستخدمينه جاسوس داخل الكامب، بيشوف من دخل من طلع، ويقول لهم إذا في إصابات جديدة. وشكله هو هذا أخفى إصابة هذا الشخص، ظهر قريب إله فما قال لهم، بس الظاهر في أحد فتن عليه، ومع أنه هو شغال مع الحكومة يوم أنه اعترض وحاول يمنعهم قتلوه، لأن حياة الإنسان ما لها قيمة في العالم. Okay, tell me about Red Atkinson, الشخص اللي
Tell me about
أنقذه.
Rod Atkinson.
Well, I don't know him very well, but they say he's decent enough. Too decent for the times we're living in. Did you know that before coming here he was someone important? I think he worked for the
شخص مهم
government, and
كان.
he still has some good contacts on the outside. But
اشتغل
they're
في
not good
الحكومة.
enough to get that stupid do-gooder and his family out of here.
Stupid do-gooder?
Well, you know how it is. Rod is one of those good Samaritans who think they can save the world. He has helped a lot of people in the camp, but I think he's going to run into problems. I reckon that he's too weak for these times. I don't know how long he'll be able to survive.
You said he had a son. A pretty good reason to hang on, don't you think?
Yes, Colin. I haven't seen that kid running around here for some time. You know if he's all right?
I don't know. I still haven't seen him. His father told me about him.
Well, I'm glad he's not anywhere near me. That brat doesn't have anything better to do than to try to snoop in my shopping cart.
Well, I'll be going on my way. Good luck to you, pal.
Just be sure to stay away from my
خايف على أغراضه.
things.
وش عنده؟ وش الشفنكار هذا؟ يبيع ماركات. خلنا أقرب منه.
Hey, you! Don't even think of putting your paws on that shopping cart.
Oh, my
Stay
God.
away from my stuff, or I swear I'll rip your guts out with my bare
يا الله
hands.
يا ساتر متوحش.
Okay,
الشيء.
calm down. I won't touch anything.
ما أنا شايف شيء. خلنا
A supermarket shopping cart full of plastic bags, ready to burst. This individual who looks like a bum never takes his eyes off it, and the swarm of insects fluttering around the merchandise don't either.
طيب خلنا نشوف ساتر وش هذا؟ وش صار؟
But what's happening? What is this? What the hell's going on here?
العالم رايح فيه. أو إنه
God.
يتخيل.
I think I'm starting to lose my mind.
لوز ما شكله في شيء. طيب vacant loot.
The ground in this lot is full of trash, scrap metal, and broken glass. This is where I learned my first lesson in this new world. If you want to avoid problems, watch your step. The
Abandoned car.
half-scrap remains of a sports car that looks like a collector's item. From the style, it must have been worth a pretty penny a long, long time ago. But now, I'm afraid it's just scrap metal.
كار ده خلينا نفتح السيارة نشوف.
Time has left these hinges bent and rusted. There's no way I'm going to be able to break open this door with my bare hands.
لازم شيء نفتحه. الألعاب إذا قال with bare hand أو it is impossible to break it with bare hand يعني لازم في شيء. مفتاح يا ويندو. أوكي هذه هي العائلة. هذا رود وهذه زوجته وهذا ولده كولين.
That must be little Colin. Rod's son. He looks unwell. Was that him I heard moaning in pain inside the trailer?
هل هو اللي كان يئن؟
That's Rod's
شكله.
wife. I heard her calling him from the other side of that door that just closed behind him. She looks worn out with those dark circles under her eyes. She looks like she hasn't slept in days.
تعبانة شكلها ما نامت من أيام.
Rod seems upset and worried. What's going on in there?
أوكي. خلنا أجي أطلع شوف.
No. With my foot in this condition, I
Oh,
wouldn't get very
انصابت رجله
far.
لأنها
I think it would be better to go back
صابت
inside the trailer
بقزازة
and try
الظاهر.
to take care of this wound. It doesn't look too good.
طيب خلنا الحين استخدم هذا عشان
Let's
نقدر.
see. I could swear that the
نشغل
lid is just
هالشاي.
the right size for this drum. Perfect.
أوكي.
Damn it! What's going on?
عشان يبينا نفتش بضاعته.
This damn shithole is going to be the end of us.
أوكي. الحين
I
يمدينا.
have to do this quickly before this man stops coughing. Well,
They
let's see
mean
what
to
we
kill
have
us
here.
all. That's
فرصتها قبل لا
Ugh.
يعني بما أنه قاعد
Rotten food, tattered clothes, and trash. Wait a minute. It seems like there's also a small billfold with a bunch of credit cards.
person can't even breathe in this hellhole
What the hell is this guy
anymore.
doing with so much plastic money?
أوكي. طيب هذه الكريدت كارد تنفعنا نفتح هذا.
Let's see if I can do this.
برضو الحركة الخدعة المعروفة.
Good. The mechanism gave way in the first try, but the card is trashed. For my sake, I hope that guy outside never finds out about this.
طيب. بيلوكيشن.
What for?
طيب ناخذ هذا. نستفيد من البروتروديوم.
Okay. Let's see how well this protruding bed spring can cut.
عشان نقطع الشاش هذا. طيب بعدين نحطه في المطهر.
I'll use a little of what's in the bottle to soak the bandages.
ونحطه في الأولد شوز.
Here goes. I'll use the bandages on my foot. I hope the alcohol is enough to keep it from getting infected.
لازم جزمة.
Let's pray this improvised
Can you
remedy
make
doesn't
sure?
lead to a delightful case of gangrene.
What bastard put a
Oh,
lid on
انتبه
the
للرقم.
drum? You tried to suffocate me, you bunch of assholes!
I think that guy out there just discovered the reason for a sudden coughing fit.
Some coward in this shithole wanted to suffocate me! Me! Who was it? Who was it? Come back here so I can give you back your lid, you son of a bitch!
يهدد. يتوعد بالانتقام.
Did you hear that noise, Rod? What's going on out there?
I don't know. I'll go have a look. I think it's that poor drunk who's always hanging around the trailer. He's kicking up a fuss again. It's a good thing poor Colin can't hear his insults.
Don't ever say anything like that again, Rod.
I'm sorry, honey. I wasn't thinking.
أزعجهم. أزعج الجيران. خلنا ندخل.
What are you doing here? Get out of here! You've no business being in this room!
عصب علينا.
Rod, I'm sorry.
هو اللي كان يعين.
But what's going on?
Get out of here, Michael! You didn't see anything, understood? Out! Out!
خايف ياخذ ولده.
Excuse my outburst,
لأنه
Michael.
مريض.
I shouldn't have behaved that way. It's not like me. But this new world brings out the worst in all of us. It's just that I can't stand to see Colin suffer this way. So for your own good, please stay away from this room.
Away? Why?
It's no use trying to hide it. You're bound to find out sooner or later. Colin is very sick, and the authorities claim his illness is highly contagious.
Highly contagious? Is he one of the dissolved?
Michael,
Oh.
I won't let anyone use that word in my house.
أبوه ما يتحمل حتى يسمع الكلمة.
Yes, Colin caught that
ولد
damn disease.
مصاب بالمرض. يعني لو يدروا عنه يجوا يشيلوا لسان. What exactly does the disease?
What exactly does the disease consist of?
I don't know, Michael. No one really does. The only news is what the army brings us. They say the disease is highly contagious,
معدي
and it's our
جداً.
duty to turn over all victims to the cleanup brigades. But no one has ever come back after being carried off in one of those
شكلهم
ambulances.
يقتلون.
No one. So we can't let them take Colin. Do you understand?
Yes, of
خايفين
course I
عليه.
understand.
They say that all the victims are condemned, that there's no salvation for anyone, that at the end of their suffering and their trances lies certain death. I think that even the army is afraid of the victims. Really strange things happen around them, Michael. Things you wouldn't believe.
Okay. سهلة.
What things happen around people infected with the disease?
Strange things with no possible explanation. In their trances, they go places, Michael. They bring back information. They know things. They talk to people who are no longer with us.
يا الله.
And we've been living like this for weeks. The things that are happening around Colin are getting more and more confusing and hard to bear.
Talking to the dead?
يا الله.
Jesus. This man's nerves are shot from the exhaustion and stress.
قام يشك فيه يقول يعني هذول اللي يمرضوا تجيهم حالات يعني يكلموا أموات يجيبوا لنا معلومات من ناس أموات فيعني مرضهم مو بس مرض مادي له علاقة بالعالم الروحي. How did Colin get infected?
But how did Colin get infected?
We don't know. No one knows how the disease is spread. The only thing we know is that the disease appeared after the catastrophe and that it's spreading like wildfire.
So the Great Wave brought the dissolved with it?
Yes, but don't use that word again. Not in this house anyway.
تجرحها
It's so cruel and disrespectful. In effect, that's the only thing we know for sure about all this insanity. The Great Wave took everything from us and left us with this epidemic.
وباء.
What's happening to Colin is terrible. If only there was something I could do.
Well, Michael, you can help us. I'm convinced that our finding you was no coincidence. You've got to help us.
يعني هذا المرض ما يعرفوا أي شيء عنه بس كله يعرفون إنه جاء بعد الكارثة. يمكن الكارثة الجريت ويف هي اللي جابته.
But you said yourself that all the victims are condemned. What can I do?
No, all is not lost. In the camp, there are rumors of a cure. It seems that in the city, on the
إشاعة
other
إنه
side of the
موجود
fence,
علاج
the victims have access to a
المدينة.
drug. But we can't get it here. And my contacts out there, well, let's just say they can't do anything to help.
حتى معارفه مو قادرين يساعدوا. So there's a drug that can cure them.
So there's a drug that can cure them.
Yes, but they say that producing it takes a long time and is very expensive. And so it's reserved for city dwellers who can afford to pay for it.
Okay.
Get us that drug, Michael. I beg of you, please.
يقول إن
Colin's
الدواء
time is
غالي
running out.
وبس أهل المدينة يقدروا يشتروا.
Getting involved looks dangerous. I saw that shooting out there. There's also the possibility of infection.
Infection? Are you afraid for your life, Michael? Without our help, you'd be dead right now. Dead.
قاموا من
Don't
عليه.
forget that. What's more, I could help you in return. I could help you get back what you lost. Don't you see?
Give me back what I lost? But you hardly know me, Rod.
يلا.
I know the essential part, Michael. I know that you're a blankhead.
Blankhead? What the devil does that mean?
بلانك.
A blankhead is a person with no memories, who
فاقد
can't
الذاكرة
remember
مسكين.
anything. It seems that the Great Wave had an enormous neurological impact on certain
لها
people.
أثر عصبي أو
You're
على
not the
الخلايا
only one.
العصبية.
Or even the worst case, there are people who even forgot how to talk and
Ya
how to
Allah.
walk after the explosion.
يا
Some
ساتر.
ended up dying of starvation. They forgot what food looked like, how to chew it, even that eating was a necessity.
يا
You can
ساتر.
consider yourself lucky. You still remember how to keep yourself alive. And that's the important thing. The natural recovery process is slow. It can take months, if at all. Listen to me, Michael. A man without memories is just a shadow. Or even worse, he's nobody. I still have some contacts out there. I was an important man in the municipal government. I could trace your name, your data in public records, your fingerprints. I could restore your whole life in the blink of an eye. But please, help us.
I'm grateful for your help, Rod, and for everything you people have done for me. But
Listen to me, Michael. We know that it's possible that our son is condemned to die. In fact, my wife and I have everything prepared for when he leaves us. Our child is the only thing that keeps us holding on in the new world. Nothing would have any meaning for us without him. So if there is even the slightest chance of saving him, we are prepared to do whatever it takes. Please, Michael, help us. For God's sake, listen to him. He's just a child.
Rod, come in here, quickly!
Bring us that cure, and we'll help you get your life back. Colin is our only hope in this new world. Help us save our future, and I'll give you back your past. I promise you. Goodbye, Michael.
no, Rod, wait. Bring a drug? Is he out of his mind? That man wants me to put his son's life in my hands? I can barely remember who I am. And I probably wouldn't last more than a few hours out there. But Rod was right. A man without a past is nothing more than his shadow. He offered to help me get my life back, my memories. So if I want answers, I have only one possible course of action, to get that drug.
طبعا هو يقول له طبعا ولد الرجل هذا اللي اسمه كولين مريض من الديسولف، وهم يقول يعني أنا وزوجتي عايشين عشانه، لو مو هو كان انتحرنا. وطالب من مايكل إنه يروح، إنه في علاج، في إشاعة إنه في علاج في المدينة، بس هذا العلاج غالي وإنتاجه يتطلب وقت وما يقدر يعني يدفع قيمته للناس اللي في المدينة. فطالب منه إنه يروح يجيبه العلاج مقابل إنه يساعده في استرجاع ذاكرته، لأنه هو طلع بلان كيد، والبلان كيد هذه أيضا من الحالات اللي سببت هالكارثة. صار ناس بلان كيد، وقول له أنت محظوظ إنك بس فاقد الذاكرة. في حالات أعظم منك، في حالات نسوا كيف يأكلوا، نسوا كيف يمشوا، نسوا كيف شكل الأكل، لدرجة إنهم ما تجوع بعدها. فالحين هذا يعني الشيء الديل إنك تجيب العلاج. طبعا هو قال له خطر، وشفت الرجال اللي أطلقوا عليه، فقال له يعني تصرف إذا تبغى ترجع لك ذاكرة.
Wait a minute. Before leaving, I should write down everything important I find out in this notebook. It might come in handy if, as Rod says, I'm one of the blankheads the great wave left in its wake.
أوكي حلو، يعني كتب في المذكرة بما أن بلان كيد أي شيء. أوكي هذا الملخص. Rod promised me he would help me recover my past in exchange for the drug for the dissolve. طيب الحين يمدينا نطلع، لأن لبس الحذاء.
Damn it! What's going on?
يا ساتر، دائما نشوف أشياء غريبة.
Everything's changing again. Everything.
شيء غريب، يشوف العالم يتغير في لمح البصر
And I haven't even moved.
ما يقدر يتحرك إذا يصير
I don't understand anything.
خلنا نجي هنا نتكلم هذه البنت غير وايت.
Hello, Mr. Sleepyhead.
Excuse me? What did you call me?
You're Mr. Sleepyhead. I saw you sleeping in Colin's trailer. I'm so glad you're awake now.
Okay, I am sick for a long time.
I wasn't asleep. I was sick for a long time in that trailer.
No,
أول
you
ما
weren't
جابه.
sick. You were sleeping.
لأنه ظل
like
فترة
a big
طويلة نايم
brown
أو في حالة
bear,
إغماء.
Sir Sleepyhead. Sometimes I used to watch you sleeping in Rod's house, and you would grunt in your sleep like a bear. A great big lazy bear, Mr. Sleepyhead. But I'm glad you're awake now. I like your voice. You sound like a knight in a fairy tale.
Okay, Mr. Sleepyhead.
Mr. Sleepyhead? No, that's not my name. I'm Michael.
No, you're just trying to fool me. You're Mr. Sleepyhead. My name is Rose.
There's something odd about this girl's behavior. It's true that she's very young, but she talks like a little girl. Nice to meet you, Rose.
مستغرب يقول هذه البنت يعني بالغة بس ليش تتكلم كأنها طفل؟ Do you know Rhoda, Colin?
Do you know Rod and Colin too?
Of course. I go over to their house a lot. Well, when they let me out of the van, that is. Rod and his wife have been very nice to me. Sometimes they let me play with Colin. We're very good friends. Are you a friend of Rod's and Colin's too, Mr. Sleepyhead?
Yes, I'm friends with them too.
Do you want me to tell you a secret, Mr. Sleepyhead?
Of course.
I have your old clothes. The ones you were wearing when Rod and his wife found you.
أوكي
I have
عندها
them in the
ملابس
van.
القديمة.
They were going to throw them away, but they gave them to me to wrap my baby in. He'll be cold now that winter's coming.
Your baby? You have a baby, Rose?
Yes, I have a baby, but he's not with me right now. He got lost. Have you seen him? Do you know where he is? I have another secret to tell you, Mr. Sleepyhead.
Back in the van, Rose, now. Move your ass. Get in there.
Another secret? Just a minute. Wait!
Get in that van, Rose.
It's a very important secret, Mr. Sleepyhead. Something about you. Something about before the Great Wave. But first I have to find my baby. Have you seen him?
Come on, Rose, you heard me. You don't want to get us mad now, do you?
I have to go. Goodbye, Mr. Sleepyhead.
Poor girl. She's obviously mentally ill.
مريضة عقليا.
She's just a little girl in a grown-up's body.
تخلف عقلي.
And you? If you want to go in there with her, you got to pay like everybody else.
شوف ايش كتب. Rose knows a secret about me. تعرف سر عني. From before the Great Wave قبل الكارثة. How could she have that information and what could it consist of? يعني يبغى يعرف وش السر اللي عنده. يتكلم هذول
Hey,
thugs.
you guys.
عصابة.
You talking to us?
Let me into the van. I just want to talk to Rose for a few minutes.
Of course, it's none of our business what you want to do with her. But if you go into the van, you gotta pay the price.
Got any money on you?
No, I don't have any on me.
Then come back when you do and quit bothering us. We have a very busy schedule, you know?
The girl said something about a secret involving me. Something from before the Great Wave. It seemed important.
لازم يعرف.
But what is it? Maybe it was a product of her madness. But I need to talk to her inside that van to get some answers. I'll come back with the money.
Now that sounds much better. I see that we're starting to speak the same language.
وأيضا البنت تقول طبعا هو رود قال له انت احنا لما لقيناك كانت ثيابك ممزقة فلا يعني فسخناك اياها ولبسناك ملابس جديدة فالملابس القديمة كانوا بيرموها وجت ذي البنت اخذتها بعدها ملابس القديمة فيمكن يكون فيها معلومات عن المخابي يعني او شيء مخابي البنطلون او القميص. اوكي that poor girl not right انتهت. اوكي
That poor girl's not right in the head. She acts like a little girl. How can you people be so unscrupulous?
Rose is an adult. She's earning a living. Like we're all trying to in this camp.
Mind your own business, pal.
You're abusing a poor, disturbed girl.
Us? Taking advantage of Rose? Us? You want to insult us?
We're giving her room and board. She's got nothing to complain about. But she's got to work. That's the only thing we ask of her in return. That's the way things work now.
Bring us the money, then you can get in the van with her. Hey, do us a favor and spare us all that sanctimonious crap from the old world, pal. Don't waste our time.
شكلهم يستغلوها في الدعارة هالكلاب هذول مستغلين يعني حالتها العقلية ويستغلوها في الدعارة يقول له لازم تدفع عشان طبعا هو ما يبغى شيء يعني غلط بس يبغى يكلمه يمشي عنهم هالكلاب.
Although it looks hastily and shoddily built, it's surprising. Just no doubt this must belong to someone important, or with very good contacts in here.
اوكي نكلم هالرجال الشايبة سوليتاري هبته.
Hello, son. Would you like to get a little closer to the fire?
Thanks, mister. This is a rather isolated part of the camp. What are you doing here?
Well, I'm waiting. That's all. Just waiting.
اوكي تنتظر ايش يا
You're
طيب؟
waiting. And what is it you're waiting for exactly?
Nothing in particular. The usual. For the fire to go out, for sunrise, for it to get cold again.
يعني الامور
Waiting
تمشي
for something
بطبيعية.
to change, or for everything to stay as it is. I'm just waiting. You're too young to understand.
اوكي.
It's starting to get cold. Where's your tent? Or your trailer?
Yes, I had a tent once. They issued me one when I decided to enter the refugee camp after the Great Wave. The trailer was out of the question. They went to the families with the best contacts. You know how it is. Even in purgatory, some people are more equal than others.
واسطات يقول كان عنده تريلر بس اخذوه لان الناس يعني اهم منه. عندهم واسطة.
You say that you decided to enter the camp. Does that mean that people weren't forced to come here?
هذه نقطة مهمة.
Of course not. Why would they have to force us?
يعني
The
جايين
catastrophe
برضاهم
hit the
هم
city
يقصدون.
hard. Those of us who had lost our homes were invited to come here. In principle, it was temporary, just until the authorities got the situation under control and started rebuilding. We used to have food, water, and a place to sleep.
But now it's more like a prison camp than a refugee center. What happened?
I don't really know. I guess something went wrong. The new housing they promised us never got built. And in the end, the army ceased control of the camp. The food ran out, and then the water supply. Nobody bothered to replace them. Seems like our lives didn't matter anymore.
I see.
In time, things in here started to get very ugly. There were riots, uprisings, and the army decided to close the gates of the camp without any notice. One day they decided that no one could enter or leave here. Well, actually, people still could. Enter, that is. Now, this is where anyone who gets in the way in the city ends up. Or anyone they don't know what to do with.
So, this has turned into something like a concentration camp.
That's right, son. That's exactly what it is. You know, it's funny. I remember when my father told us about the war in Europe, about all the persecution, deportations, those overcrowded cattle cars. That all sounded to us like an old movie, an old horror movie. And look at us now. I guess some things never change. They just stop being visible for long enough for us to forget about them.
اوكي يعني هم في البداية لما صارت الكارثة في ناس كثيرين تهدمت بيوتهم. الحكومة دعتهم لهذا المخيم. فالبداية كانوا يجيبوا لهم أكل وخيام ووعدوهم إن هذا مؤقت. بس مع الوقت قام الأكل يقل والأمراض تطلع يعني الأحوال تزداد سوء. فتحول هذا إلى يعني مثل المعتقل، لا أحد يطلع ولا أحد يدخله. فأصبح يعني في البداية مو مجبورين بس الآن أصبح مجبورين. And where is your tent now?
And where's your tent now?
It was stolen from me a while back. They fetch a good price on the black market now.
Stolen? But how could anyone...
يا ساتر على الأوضاع
You seem to
السيئة.
be new in the camp, am I right? These things happen nowadays. It's best to take things as they come. The reality of the new world is very simple, son. The soldiers and the moles do whatever they like on this side of the fence. And the hunter and his men run the black market and all the dirty rackets. I suggest you memorize all this.
The hunter? I've exchanged a few words with him, but I hardly know him. Yes. The man who protected me during all the shooting. He seems like someone with good connections and some answers. Could he know anything about the drug for treating the disorder?
الرجل الشخص اللي
Do you know where I
كلمه
can find him?
أول ما طلع بعدين اختفى.
You can find him in those barracks at the back. That's his, well, let's say it's his logistics office. Now, the hunter is very dangerous. Watch your step around him.
شكلهم
and
ناس
his men.
خطيرين.
I happened to meet his father when he was young. He was a violent, degenerate son of a bitch. A real asshole. And I'm afraid his son has followed in his footsteps.
يعرف أبوه هذا اللي قابلناه يقول كان حقير يمكن الولد نفس الشيء.
Let's talk about something else.
So tell me, is there any way to get out of the camp? كيف نطلع في طريقة نخرج من هذا الكامب؟ خلينا نشوف الشايب يمكن عنده
So tell
طريقة.
me, is there any way to get out of the camp?
I'm sorry, son. The only way to get out of this camp is to know someone important who can pull strings for you. Or to become a camp mole.
أو تكون
Those
جاسوس.
traitorous scumbags have gate passes.
Traitor.
I see.
I'm not
Jeez,
surprised
come
you
on.
want to get out of this shithole. You've no doubt got something to do or someone to find out there. Or they say things are better in the city, that there's order and that things are starting to function again. But who knows? Well, at least they have Reverend Blake and the consolation of Suicide Park.
Suicide Park. وش السوسايد بارك هذه؟
Suicide Park? What's that?
حديقة الانتحار.
Just a song that drifts into the refugee camp from the other side of the fence now and then.
أغنية.
And the first dark
رددوها
stars come
الموجودين في
out to
الرسم.
hang from the sky. We could sit and count them together, you and I, when the sun departs
هذه كلمات
from
الأغنية.
Suicide Park. I'm sure you still have some hopes, some dreams. I'm afraid you're just too young to understand it.
Okay, who is Reverend Blake? من هو المبجل بليك أو الموقر بليك؟
Who's Reverend Blake?
He's a preacher who sometimes comes from the city to bring us a little comfort. Now, some people make jokes about him, but many of us believe that he's a prophet. You should hear him speak sometime. His words etch themselves deeply into your soul. That's why he has so many followers inside and outside the camp.
Okay, and what was?
And what was the extent of the Great Wave's impact?
وش نطاق الدمار اللي
I couldn't tell you. In the first days, the chaos was so overwhelming that no one worried about anything beyond their own backyard. We victims were disoriented, cut off from the world. Then I came into the camp and news from far-off places doesn't reach this prison.
ما يدري
You'd have to leave
من صار الكارثة يعني كلنا مشغول بنفسه ما يهمه وش صار بعد ويسأله الكارثة حدودها يعني على الأرض كلها والله بس ما عنده خبر شايب يعطيك العافية.
Have a pleasant wait, mister.
يا خلنا ندخل هنا مكان الهانتر. أيوة هذا هو اللي قابلناه ده هانتر.
Mike, my friend, it's nice to see you again.
Hi.
Guys, this is my friend Mike. He's new around here. We met at one of the cleanup brigade's latest parties. Isn't that right, dude? Pull up a seat and have a drink. We like to be hospitable to newcomers.
Something tells me I shouldn't accept that drink. That it's not a good idea. Not anymore. No thanks. I don't drink.
Okay, Mike. Whatever you say. But I'm not accustomed to people turning down a drink. At least, not in my own establishment, in front of my men. So tell me, what brings you here?
Okay, خلنا نسأله.
A friend of mine is in a bad way. I need to know if there's a drug that can help the dissolved. And how to get it.
يبغى يسأل عن موضوع هل موجود في علاج.
Friendship is important, Mike. The camp is a very tough place. And you have to be loyal to your people. I like your gesture. Do I know this person?
No, I don't think so.
I see. Well, look, dude, I've heard something about that cure, but I don't know if it's true or just a camp legend. Sometimes desperation leads to wishful thinking. You know how it is. But if that drug exists, I can think of only one place you'd be able to find it.
Where?
There's a small medical center on the outskirts of the city. It's more like a pharmaceutical warehouse, but it's heavily guarded.
المركز الصحي
As
هو
that's my
المكان
bottom dollar, that's where they keep
ممكن
anything
نلقى
that
فيه
valuable.
الدواء.
maybe you should take a look at that building. If you can find a way out of this hellhole, that is. And I can't help you with
يعني لازم
that.
نخرج من
You know I
هالمكان.
like you, dude.
نروح
Let me
المدينة.
give you a piece of advice. Stay away from those untouchables. From the dissolved. They won't bring you anything but trouble.
Okay, what more can you tell me about
What
the-
more can you tell me about the dissolved?
Only what the authorities say. And that's all I need to know. The disease is fatal. And they say you can catch it just by breathing next to one of those
ومعدي
untouchables.
جدا.
That's why they have to get rid of them as soon as possible. Have you ever seen one of those poor suckers die, dude?
No, I haven't.
Well, you're lucky, Mike. I don't recommend it. It's a horrible spectacle. It goes something like this. After weeks of drifting in and out of their trances, something happens inside their bodies. Something fails all of a
all of a
sudden.
sudden.
The pain makes them kick and scream like pigs
خليهم
in a
يصرخوا
slaughterhouse.
ويرافسوا الألم يعني.
Then their flesh begins to melt,
Ya
to become
Allah.
liquid. Do you understand, Mike?
Okay.
That's why they gave it that name.
يدوبوا في
They
النهاية.
literally
المرض هذا
dissolve.
يدوبهم.
But that's terrible.
يدوب لحمهم
Those poor
وعظمهم.
people.
On the contrary, dude, those bastards spread the plague.
ليه؟
It's them or
طاعون
us.
يعني.
Understand? Anyway, you know how it works. The cleanup brigades tend to be more than generous with responsible citizens who help them with their mission of tracking down the dissolved.
Okay.
And can't you get hold of some of that drug for me?
تقدر
I
تجيب
don't
لنا
get mixed
هالدولة.
up in things like that, dude. The army has made it very clear. Helping or hiding the dissolved will be severely punished. Not even collaborators are free from reprisals. You saw what happened to that mole. Those pigs are ruthless about this.
What are you talking about? Those pigs.
That's camp slang. The soldiers, the cleanup brigades. The inhabitants of this shithole call anyone with a rifle and a uniform a pig. They can blow your head off right on the spot with impunity.
يعني ما يأيد انك تروح تجيب العلاج. الحكومة جدا صارمة في هالموضوع. اذا تعرف واحد ديزولف تبلغ عنه. مو انك تحاول تعالجه. وانت شفت وش سووا هذاك الرجل. طبعا نسميهم بيجز خنازير. قال من تقصد؟ قال يعني الجنود والبريجيد والحكومة كلها. Tell me why do they call you Hunter? ايوه ايش سبب
Tell me.
تسمية هانتر؟
What do they call you, the
ايها
hunter?
الأقرع.
That's a good question, Mike. You know my real name is Hank, but no one calls me that anymore. Now I'm the hunter, because I can find you what you want, when you want it. You know, it doesn't matter where it is, how fast it runs, or where it tries to hide. The new world gave me a new name and a new life.
A new life.
Yeah, a new life. It's hard to explain, dude. But I think in a way, you and I are similar, Mike. That's why I like you. Let me explain it to you. It was the Great Wave. The Great Wave that changed and purified everything. The old world was a messy, complicated, and unjust place. After the Great Wave, everything became crystal clear. When all the old laws disappeared,
يا
only
ساتر
one
عليك يا
rule
ذقرع.
remained.
حسبي الله
You
عليك.
gotta do what you gotta do. It's that simple.
عاجبنا
that's the
الوضع
universal
الأقرع.
law that
يقول
puts
هذا
each
الوضع
of us
أفضل من
in our
الأوضاع
rightful
القادمة.
place.
الأوضاع
Do
اللي
you
راحت
follow
يعني.
me?
You gotta do what you gotta do. Sounds like a handy way to justify anything and everything, even the indefensible. Yes, Hank. I follow you perfectly.
قاعد يعني
I
يسلك
knew
له.
it. I knew you'd get it straight off, Mike. But don't call me Hank. I told you, that guy died in the Great Wave.
يعني هذا يشوف ان العالم هذا افضل من العالم القديم. العالم القديم غير عادل وقوانينه غير عادلة. اما هذا القانون يعني النيو وورد اللي هم فيه واضح، والقانون مثل الكريستال شبهه. فعاجبنا يقول انا انولدت من جديد. واحد شكله منتهي. Okay,
I should be going now.
Fine, Mike. You're welcome anytime. Remember, dude, here we can get you whatever you need. No questions asked.
هذا يطبق المثل اللي يقول لكل زمان دولة ورجال. الحين جاء زمنه.
What are you having, pal?
Nope. I'm afraid I don't have any cash on me.
That's no problem here. We don't only accept cash, we also barter. We accept anything of value. That excludes checks, naturally.
يعني حتى لو ما عندك فلوس، لو عندك شيء تبادل به.
Interesting place. Are you the owner?
No, pal, don't get the wrong idea. I only work here. This belongs to the hunter, like every other business enterprise here inside the camp. He's the head honcho.
I see.
اوكي what do you sell
What do you
here?
sell here?
Anything you can eat or drink. Anything that fits into a
Okay,
box
man.
or a bottle. For other types of goods, talk to the hunter directly. What do you need? Liquor, tobacco, food?
At the moment, I don't need anything like that. But I'll keep it in mind. Thank you.
اوكي
I saw a bunch of barrels stacked up at the entrance to the building. Just out of curiosity.
هو يسأل عن البراميل
Nothing.
الكثيرة اللي
Just some things that need to be stored. Take my advice, pal. Keep your nose out of the hunter's business if you want to keep it on your face.
Okay, it was just curiosity.
الوضع كله تهديد هنا. اوكي خلني بس اتأكد لحظة من الوضع. اوكي حلو. continue. شوف هذا نكلمه ده انا سامع.
Hello, mister. Are you still waiting?
I still am. That's all I can do at this point, don't you agree?
اوكي ما عنده شيء. أنا لحظة أروح للرجال غطينا بضاعته. نسيت أكلمه بعد ما صارت الحادثة.
Can I ask you a few questions?
يمكن في
I'll
أسئلة
answer
جديدة.
anything you want, as long as you don't get
ما
near
راح
my
نجرب
stuff.
من الماركات اللي عندك. يعني tell me everything you know about it again. لا ما في شيء.
Well,
Just be sure to.
اوكي خلنا نجي هنا نكلم الاشكال الغلط هذه السولجر اللي يسموهم بيكس.
Where do you think you're going, Rat? No one leaves here without a pass, unless it's with a bullet between the eyes.
Yes,
ساتر.
and we can take care of that for you if you don't get away from that gate. Come on, stick your neck out. We could use a little entertainment tonight.
What's the matter, Rat? Cat got your tongue?
I think it's best if I get away from the gate. I'm afraid their threats are deadly serious. Sorry, guys. I'm not looking for trouble.
أقول ما حد غادر من هنا إلا برصاصة في جبهته.
You say that I can only get out of the camp with a pass. Where can I get one?
لازم
Only
باص.
soldiers and moles have passes for entering and leaving
أوه
the camp.
الجنود
You don't
والجواسيس.
look like either one of those things. So get lost.
Well, sometimes we can make an exception, but only if the person who wants to leave is generous enough. And why exactly do you want to leave the
ملاعين
refugee
يقبلوا
camp?
الرشوة.
What did you lose on the other side of the fence, rat?
يا باس أو رشوة. Okay,
I have my reasons, and I don't think they're any of your business.
What's your tongue, you son of a bitch? If you want to hold on to it.
Don't push your luck. We could blow your head off right here, rat. Try showing a little more respect.
نقول don't push your luck ترى احنا مستعدين في لحظة ننهيك يعني ما يهمنا.
I just want to help a friend's kid, that's all.
Heartwarming. Really heartwarming.
مسخرة على.
I got an idea. Why don't you bring your friend and his kid with you? We'd be happy to let all three of you leave.
Really?
Of course, Rat. We love target practice. I promise to give you guys a running start.
Yeah, we'll give you a few yards start. That would make it more fun.
I get the impression I'm talking to two armed psychopaths. Unbelievable. Who put these guys in charge of guarding the camp? I'm afraid it doesn't seem like such a good idea to me anymore. But thanks for the suggestion.
يعني شوف يقول هو أنا شكلي أكلم مع مرضى نفسيين أو مجرمين هذا اللي يسموه سايكوبات. يقول له يتمسخر عليه يتهكم عليه. طبعا هو يقول أنا عندي صديق. هو ما أول شيء يقول ليش أنت تبغى تطلع؟ قال عندي صديق أبغى أساعده. قال وش رايك تجي أنت وصديقك والولد ده اللي يبغى يساعده ونخليكم تطلعوا بس يعني راح نعطيكم انكم تركضوا يعني قصده بيتدرب عليكم رماية خليهم يركضوا بيقعدوا يصوبون.
So, I've heard things are better in the city. Is that true?
Yeah, it could be. but that's none of your business. What do you care if you're gonna die in this dump anyway?
Get the idea of leaving right out of your head. There's no place for rats like you on the other side of the fence. Unless you want to take a walk in Suicide Park. Do you want to become a Dark Star rat?
Now quit bothering me and get lost.
أقول له يعني يسأله هل الأوضاع في المدينة أفضل؟ يقول له يمكن أفضل بس مو شغلك، وهذاك يقول له شيل فكرة إنك تطلع من راسك، أنت ميت أنت رات يعني وإيش بتسوي؟ أو إنك بتروح اللي هي حديقة الانتحار سويسايد بارك تهكم عليه بتصير دارك ستار هناك. Why are you calling
me rat? Who's in charge here?
أي والله من المسؤول.
Well, did you hear that? It looks like we have a new kid on the block. Let me ask you something. If you people living in this camp crawl around in garbage, build your houses out of garbage, and eat garbage, what else are we going to call you?
We're in charge here, the ones with the rifles. That's the only rule you need to know. See all those dark stains on the wall next to the barbed wire?
Yes, I see them.
They're the guts and brains of rats like you who forgot the golden rule. We call it the Wall of Shame. We're in charge here. That's pretty easy to grasp, isn't it? Sometimes one of you forgets. And that gives us some more motivation to make you better students. So, how's your memory?
My memory? That's funny. In another context, that would be an amusing question. But there's nothing amusing about these animals. My memory works well enough to remember who was in charge here. Don't worry.
You catch on fast, right? That's a good thing. Now get out of here.
Okay. Nice motorcycle.
Nice motorcycle.
It is, isn't it? It's ours. So get anywhere near it, and you'll end up against that wall.
You don't have the authority to touch it, or point at it, or even look at it.
Dare to touch it with your grubby hands, and you're a dead man. I guarantee it. Got it?
Okay, understood. I won't bother you anymore.
Get lost.
ساتر ما عندهم إلا القتل. طبعا هذا قال له شفت الجدار هذا اللي كله دم، هذا نسميه wall of shame.
Oh no, here comes that sensation again.
رجعت له الحالة نفسها.
It's like floating in a dense liquid while everything around me is transformed.
Good God, I think I'm starting to lose my mind.
نقول هذا هنا دماء زي ما تشوفوا الناس اللي حاولوا يهربوا، وإذا حاولت بينتهي بك المطاف في هالمكان دمك.
Wall of shame. The soldiers at the gate called it. This wall looks like it's witnessed a good number of executions, to say nothing of murders.
اوكي نبتعد عنهم هالكلاب هذول، ندخل هالبيت هذا البيت اللي أخذوا منه البريغيد الشخص المصاب وضربوا المولز. هذه الظاهر زوجته ومن سموكه زوجة المول.
Hey, you filthy rat! Get out of my house! Do you hear me? Out!
ما في تفاهم.
Forgive me.
We've got nothing left for you to steal. Go back to your sewer, you filthy rat! Scram!
No, you've got it all wrong. I haven't come to take anything. But wait a minute. I recognize you. Weren't you with the man they shot out there a while back?
Yes, my name is Misha.
Misha.
And that man is my husband.
زوجها المول أو الجاسوس زوجها اللي تم إطلاق النار عليه.
But what happened? Why did they shoot your husband?
It's all your fault. All because of you camp rats. One of you reported him for harboring a dissolved. And those army pigs opened fire without even caring who they were aiming at. Or how hard my husband had worked for them.
So the lady the cleaning brigades took away from this house was dissolved.
That was my mother. I'm never gonna see her again. Damn filthy rats. Are you satisfied?
حماته يعني.
It was you people that brought death to this family.
Okay, why is everything all over the floor?
Why is everything all over the floor?
تعرضت لحادثة سرقة. صدق كل شيء.
They left us nothing. Those envious rats took everything. They'd been hanging around waiting for days. It seems like those bums have a sixth sense about where a dissolved is being hidden. When they saw my husband injured and lying on the ground, they forced their way in and looted our house.
Bums?
مشردين هذا. لكن نفس طقة العصابة اللي حابسين البنت.
All of them. Everyone living here in this camp envies us.
يقول كل واحد هنا يحسدنا على مكانتنا.
Our privileges, our army contacts.
مميزاتنا privileges.
So they envy you because your husband is a mole. Is that right?
Don't call him that.
لأن المول يعطوه
He collaborates with the forces of law and order.
امتيازات.
That's his job.
And in this collaboration with law enforcement, wasn't turning in others of the dissolved one of your husband's duties?
Shut up! Shut up! You envy us too. You're just like the rest of the rats in this camp. And what are the three of us gonna do when my husband's gone? We'll lose everything. The house, the money, our privileges.
Okay, 3 of us.
You said the 3 of us. Is there someone else in the family?
We have 2 children, 2 small boys. And in this camp, envy eats away at everybody. Now we'll be outcasts. No one will help us when my husband is gone. Winter will come, our money will run out, and my children will starve. Those 2 brats wear me down with their antics. I have to chase after them all the time, but they're my children, and none of this is their fault.
How's your husband?
How is your husband?
He's badly injured. One of the bullets went through his stomach.
Oh.
He's not gonna make it. He's really suffering. He's in excruciating pain. If we at least had some morphine to ease his pain.
في طلقة من الطلقات جت في معدته وهو يعني ينزف بشدة ويمكن ما يعيش. بس المورفين، دواء المورفين المخفف يمكن يساعد يقلل آلامه. Okay, what privilege وش المميزات اللي راح تخسريها؟
As a collaborator, my husband always received special treatment from the army. More generous rations of food and water, a little money, clothes, a treat now and then for the kids. And now all of that's gonna end. We won't be able to leave the camp. When he dies, they'll take away his gate pass. We'll die locked up in here, like you rats.
Did she say a gate pass?
Boss.
Listen, Misha, I can help you.
And just how are you gonna help us, rat?
There's something important I urgently need to get from the other side of the fence. While I'm out there, I could also get some morphine for your husband. I've heard that things are better in the city. It shouldn't be too hard for me to find some. But first I need to get out of the camp.
Like I told you, my husband has a pass that gets him through the gate. I could lend it to you, but I don't trust you. I don't trust you or any other filthy rat in this camp. Beat it! Get out of here!
If I want to get my identity back, I need that drug for the dissolved. And to get it, I have to leave the camp. I have to do whatever it takes to gain this woman's trust. No matter how unpleasant I find her screams and insults. Listen to me. I'm not just another camp rat. I'm your friend. I want to be your friend. You told me you were worried about winter coming. Let me help you. I'll bring you food. Food for your children. Then will you trust me?
I don't know. Bring me the food first. First you bring me food for my children, and then we'll talk about that pass.
I'll do it.
اوكي، طبعا هذا زوجها مول وعنده باس، الباس اللي هو يحتاجه عشان يطلع من هالكامب من غير ما يذبحوا الجنود هذولاك. بس هي تقول له لازم، طبعا هو وعد انه يساعدها، انه يجيب لها طعام ويهتم بها لانها خايفة بعد موت زوجها انهم ضيعوا. بس قالت له عشان اثق فيك جيب لي طعام وراح نتكلم في موضوع الباس.
Nothing of interest. The floor of the room is littered with useless junk like
يعني
this.
علينا ان نجيب لها طعام الحين.
I think I can see something sticking out from under that piece of wood.
Back of cigarette.
Don't even think about touching anything in this house, rat. Haven't you done me and my family enough harm already? You're just a lousy thief, like all the other cockroaches around here. Get out of here.
Cockroaches.
No, wait, you're confused. I just wanted to clean up this mess a little. I just want to help you, okay?
Oh, yeah? Keep your hands off our things, you filthy rat. Understand?
Of course. Understood. Whew.
وكمان خلتنا ناخذ الباكيت سجاير. هذول أولادها الاثنين اللي تكلمت عنهم. مولز children. دائما تصير هالحالة.
No. It's starting again. It's amazing. Everything's changing. everything.
ما يقدر يتحرك إذا صار
Everything is
هالحالة.
mutating, and I haven't even moved. I don't understand. I don't understand anything.
Hi, kids.
Hello, sir.
What are you up to?
We're doing target practice. We're going to be real good shots. Someday, we'll get those pigs who shot Dad.
How awful. These children must have seen the cleanup brigades shoot
أوه
their
شاف اللي
father.
أطلق على أبوه.
Kids. And how is the target
يبغى
practice
ينتقموا
going?
منه.
Bad at the moment. We need a real target, or we'll never be able to hit those soldiers. Yeah, we need a better target. Hey, quit talking to that rat. He's not one of us. You know what Mom and Dad say about the people in the camp. Leave my brother alone. Get lost, rat.
رات.
Yeah, you're not one of us. Get
أمهم
lost, rat.
وأبوهم علموهم على كره الناس. طبعا هم يبغوا ينتقموا لموت أبوهم، يتدربوا يبغوا يضربوا هذا الجندي. أوكي. فخلنا نكسب ثقتهم إن نعطيهم القواطع. يقول يعني أنا أبغى أساعدكم تتدربوا وتنتقموا. أنا راح أحتاجهم هالأولاد.
Thank you. Now we'll really be able to become the best shots in the camp. So now you're saying this rat isn't a rat?
This rat is
No, I'm not. My name is Michael.
Hello, Michael.
لا صار أطيب الحين.
So tell me, why do you want to throw rocks at those soldiers?
We have to get revenge.
No,
We're
but
big
انتقم.
boys now. And that's what we gotta do. Those pigs shot our dad. We heard him screaming. He's hurt real bad. Mom said we'll never see him again. Damn pigs! My brother and I are gonna get them. All of them. But when they were Dad's friends, you used to say you wanted to be a soldier when you grew up. Shut up. That was before. I wish I could reach those watchtowers with my rocks. Yeah, wouldn't that be great?
That's not a bad idea. Something tells me that a little commotion along the barbed wire fence would be a good thing for everyone.
Okay, it's pretty late for kids like you.
It's pretty late for kids like you. What are you doing out in the street at this hour?
Hey, we're not kids. We have to practice our marksmanship. Our mom gets real mad when we do it inside the house. It's not like we have anywhere else to go in this dump.
Nowhere else to go? So you don't go to school? Don't you have any friends from school?
There is no school. Not since the explosion. Our mom says we don't need it anyway. We're big boys now, and someday we'll be very important people in the camp. Just like our dad. That's why we don't hang out with the other kids around here. Our parents say they're rats. They'd be a bad influence on us. Yes, we're going to be brave and strong, like our dad. Right, Michael?
Of course you will.
لا سؤال تافه صراحة. يقول لهم ليش ما تروح المدرسة؟ منو اللي يفكر في مدرسة في الأوضاع هذه؟ I need your help.
I need your help, boys.
How can we help you, Michael?
I have to get something from inside your house. It's something I need so that I can help your father. Understand? But your mother is very agitated, and I need you to give me a hand with her. It's a mission.
What do you want us to do, Michael?
I need you to get your mother out of the house for a few minutes. Just long enough for me to go in and get what I need. Do you think you can do that?
Of course, we're big boys.
I'll owe you. I promise to give you a reward.
Okay, let's do it. A mission.
ميشن. لازم أحمس الأطفال. زين يعني الأطفال يساعدون إن يصرفوا أمهم عشان آخذ باكيت الزقاير هذا. الله كفو الأطفال منهم فايدة.
Oh, my head! What the hell's going on?
جت الحالة.
God, my head feels like it's gonna explode.
Michael, please.
نفس الصوت رجع.
Help us. Please. Remember. Beechwood Oracle.
Beechwood Oracle.
Repent. It's the sun. Was it our fault? Did we do it? Yes, we did it.
Enough! Please! Enough!
Please, Michael, help us. Only you can do it. Remember, Beechwood Oracle.
Good God, what are these images? And that woman's voice?
It's the same one that woke me up in the trailer. I'm trying to remember. And stop tormenting me.
I hope Rod helps me find some answers. If not, I'll go mad. Absolutely mad.
يا ساتر، راح يستجن دام استمر على هالحال هذا. اوكي، نحاول نحصل على الفود من هذا.
Greetings, pal. What's this?
هذا
Are you
يقبل
proposing a
المبادلة.
trade? Because if you are, you came to the right place. What do you need? Liquor? Cigarettes? Food?
I'm still interested in that box of food you offered me. I brought you this.
Let me see. It's a good brand of whiskey. But the bottle's been open, and there's a lot missing. I'd take it, but I'd need something more.
I have this pack of cigarettes.
باكس سيجارة تكملة يعني.
Fantastic. I think that's a fair price. I'll take both of them. Here you go, pal. The food package is all yours. Enjoy it in good health.
اوكي، اعطانا اياه. حلو. البوكس اوف فود. الحين يمدينا نبادل، نعطيه المرة عشان يكسب ثقتنا. تفضل يا استاذة ميشا، اعطينا الباس حق زوجك.
Here, this is what I promised you.
That's all the food you brought? This will barely feed us for 2 days.
I'm sorry, it's very complicated getting more in the camp. I only wanted to show you that you can trust me, that I can help you.
That's what all you rats in this trash heap say? But in the end, only thing you're interested in is taking advantage of my husband and me.
I've held up my part of the bargain. Isn't that proof enough? Listen, let me have that pass to get out of the camp, and I promise I'll come back with the morphine you need to ease your husband's suffering.
Okay. But you better hurry. Here.
What's this? A bracelet?
It's like an ID badge. Wear it and the soldiers will recognize you. It won't just get you out of the camp. It'll also help you avoid all kinds of problems with the army once you reach the city. I'm not sure I'm doing the right thing by giving it to you. Just don't betray me, you rat. Bring me that morphine from my husband, and I promise you, I'll give you lots of money in return. Much more money than you could earn in a lifetime in this shithole.
No, that's not necessary. We never said anything about money.
I have to know you're coming back. I don't trust any of you. And I know that money is the only thing that'll make you keep your word. All you camp rats are alike. Now get out of my sight and don't make me regret this. And don't come back without my husband's morphine. There'll be a fat wad of cash waiting for you.
Okay.
اوكي، اعطته الباس اللي هو عبارة عن هذا السوار لازم يلبسه في ايده عشان امور، وقالت له جيب لزوج المورفين الدواء اللي يخفف آلامه، واذا جبته راح اعطيك فلوس، يعني مبلغ محترم كاش بتعطيه. خلينا نستخدم هذا على السفر هذا.
Go through that gate and I'll blow your head off with one shot, rat.
Do you need to get a closer look at what I have on my wrist?
Wait a minute. Look, he's got on one of those ID bracelets the camp moles wear. Those cockroaches are very useful to us in here. Lower your gun and let him leave.
You heard him. Get out of here, rats.
اوكي، الحين يمدي اروح على المدينة.
So, I enter the city. It welcomes me with its most merciless and bitter grimace.
شوفوا كيف الدمار.
What I see before my eyes is not what I expected. Doomsday made it here too. Even if no one in the refugee camp knows it yet.
القتلى.
Damn it.
ضحايا.
The city looks as bruised and battered by the catastrophe as the rest of us.
مدينة والله شكلها مو أفضل حال من وكل الشابتر الثاني دومزداي سيتي. اوكي، خلينا نكلم الحج اللي هنا ونشوف الأشياء. بوستر. وش البوستر اللي أخذناه هذا؟
Tomorrow comes today.
عنوان
There's something
اللعبة.
about the composition that's strangely familiar to me. Some memory related to my former life, perhaps? Or maybe it's just a memory glitch caused by the Great Wave.
Tomorrow comes today.
I can't help staring at this poster. It's almost an obsession. It's as if there's some hidden message in the background of the image that I'm incapable of processing. What the hell is so familiar to me about this image? And why?
هذه كأنه لا قبل الحادثة. طيب.
A dirty window at ground level for ventilation. It's the only opening this building's basement has to the outside.
خلينا نتكلم الأولد مان هذا الرجال الطيب.
Help me, please. Help me. Don't let them find me in the street after curfew. They'll take me to the refugee camp. Help me, please. But don't make any noise. There's a patrol just round the corner.
What is it you need me to do? وش تحتاج ناس؟
But what is it you need me to do?
It's almost curfew. I need a place to sleep. I need a place to hide, or they'll send me to the refugee camp.
إلا ما عنده بيت يرسلوها. What is all this about?
What is all this about a curfew?
At curfew, the soldiers want the streets cleared. And the way they see it, if you're out on the street
يعني زي
after
أوقات
curfew, it means that you've
حظر
got nowhere
التجول.
to go. You don't have a home. You don't belong here.
حاطين
And
أوقات
that makes you a rat. And
لازم
so they
تكون
take you to the
شوارع
refugee
فاضية.
camp. I can't go to the camp. Understand? I can't go there.
نفس الكورونا لما الكورونا سوى أوقات مع حظر التجول. هم حاطين كذي فهذا الظاهر فقد بيته وإذا شافوه يعني إذا جاء وقت الكيرفيو وشافوه يعني في الشارع راح ياخذه عشان كذي هو حاول يكسر القفل ده ويدخل داخل البيت. Over your head and you don't okay.
You need a roof over your head, and you don't have anywhere to go.
I used to, but it doesn't exist anymore. I owned an apartment a few blocks from here. The block was badly damaged by the Great Wave, but it was still standing.
And what happened to your home?
This morning we had to evacuate the area in a hurry. We ran out in the streets with whatever we had on. Apparently, the foundation was starting to crumble. And a few hours later, all that was left of my home was a pile of smoking rubble with 40 years of memories buried beneath it. But I can't let them take me to the camp. I need to get into another house before the curfew. Please, help me.
وقت الكارثة الجريت ويف بيته اتدمر بس مو بالكامل وبقى شوي يعني مكان هو في هذه الفترة يعني متخبي فيه بس صباح اليوم اتهدم بالكامل يعني كان بيته دايب وتهدم والحين هو يبحث عن مكان.
Okay, give me those bolt cutters. I'll see what I can do.
This house was empty, but the army has sealed it off. If I can just get this padlock off before curfew, I'll be safe.
بس الحكومة
I need to
سدت.
get in here. But please, don't make too much noise. If the soldiers find us, they won't hesitate to kill us.
طيب خله يساعده. شو السالفة؟
Impossible. I'm sorry.
ما
I
في
can't do
فايدة.
anything with this.
I need to get in there. I need to get in.
I am looking for a place, something نبحث عن مكان
I'm
صحي
looking for a
مركز
place.
صحي
Something like a pharmaceutical warehouse.
عشان
Did you know anything
المورفين.
about that?
I don't really know. There's a small medical center just outside the city limits. I suppose you mean that, right? They built it in a hurry, just knocked it together after the Great Wave. No one really knows what it's for, but there are vehicles going in and out of the place all the time. Whatever they're doing in there, they're keeping it very secret. Not even my daughter would tell me what goes on inside.
Did you say your daughter?
Yes, my daughter, my little Uma. She works there as a nurse. I'm afraid she
بنتها
left me.
تشتغل ممرضة في
I
المستشفى.
suppose she got tired of living with a frail, sick old man like me. Because one day she simply left the house, and I haven't seen her since. It's been months now. I think she was right to
ما
leave
شافها
me.
من شهور.
These times are hard enough. You don't want to burn yourself with someone like me.
هو
I'm
مسكين
sorry.
الشايب.
I can't help you.
عنده بنت ممرضة في المستشفى ولا تسأل عنه. طيب خلينا نشوف الناس الطيبة دي. وش عندها؟
Hello, friend. You look lost. Come over by the fire.
It's dying down, but maybe it'll last until curfew.
As long as those uniformed psychopaths don't decide to end our little get-together first, of course.
Hey, look! One of those magic bracelets from the camp. They
Oh,
say that
تعرف على
place is a
السواق.
real hellhole. A kind of living death. So, you've come back from the dead. Do they call you Lazarus?
Well, you could put it
عارفين
that way.
سمعة المخيم.
You were saying something about a curfew. What time does it start exactly?
يسألهم عن
Well, it depends on the mood of
الحاضر.
the soldiers in this zone. But you know it's time to go home when they start taking their guns out of their holsters.
Today they're extremely jumpy. I don't think it'll be long before they start insulting people and hitting them with their rifle butts.
You guys are awfully hard.
هو يعني أوقات
It's just
الحظر
their
على
crude way of
مزاج
showing us
الجنود.
affection.
Oh, shut up. In any case, you don't have to worry. That bracelet means you don't have to hide from them. You know that's one of the privileges that comes with it.
And you? Do you people have to hide?
We try to stay out of their way. The first rule is be home before curfew. Anyone who isn't gets dragged off to refugee camp.
عشان كذي خايف الشايب.
That's one of the strictest laws the Great Wave imposed upon this city.
بس يقولوا له إذا أنت عندك السوار فالقانون ما ينطبق عليك حتى إذا شافوك يتركوك.
And do you know how things are elsewhere? Do you get news from outside?
I'm afraid not. With no communications or transportation, and with the army on every corner, we are totally cut off.
Who cares anyway? When you don't know from one day to the next if you're going to be alive, there's no time to worry about what happens 100, 1,000, or 100,000 miles away.
I understand.
هو طبعا يسألهم يقول لهم ما تدروا عن العالم إلا برا لأن هذاك الشايب ما أعطاه خبر. فقال لا واحد منهم قال إحنا مقطوعين من يعني صار الجريت ويف والثاني قال من يهتم يعني الواحد يهتم بس إنه يعيش وش دخلني أنا وش يصير في مئات أو آلاف الأميال بعيدة عني. Okay, why are you afraid of the soldier? Okay,
Why are you afraid of the soldiers? I'd heard that things function better here.
I don't know where you heard that, friend, but whoever told you that was lying. Here, things are very ugly and getting uglier every day. Everything's in short supply: water, food, medicine.
We have a surplus of just two things: misery and violence. Life is cheap here, and getting cheaper all the time, especially since the army took over.
The army. I see. And what happened to the other authorities? The politicians? The laws?
Those are distant memories from the old world, my dear. Get them out of your head, because all that collapsed like a house of cards. Since the Great Wave, no one's got any plan, strategy. We're all adrift.
He's right. The most reliable thing we have left is what you see around the corner. Armed teenagers in uniform on the streets, on the rooftops, just as scared as we are, or more, and shooting anything that moves.
I think our common destiny is to finally die of starvation, of disease, or boredom. I don't know which of the three options I find the most cruel. Who knows? Maybe the most sensible thing is to organize a group excursion and break into Suicide Park.
Suicide Park? Don't call it that. It's not funny. That name's as stupid as that hospital they built in such a hurry next to it. It's crazy. The entire city is starving and sick, and the soldiers keep those medical facilities locked up like Fort Knox.
طبعا هو يسألهم يقول أنا سمعت أن الأحوال في المدينة أفضل. قال له واحد منهم هذا اللي قال لك أكيد يكتب عليك. الأحوال هنا لا تقل سوءا عن الأحوال في المخيم. إحنا يمكن بعد عندنا حاجتين زايدة اللي هو العنف ويعني البؤس. نسيت ذاك وش قال الثاني. قال الأوضاع السيئة إحنا يا نموت من الجوع يا من الفايولنس أو من الملل اختار واحد منهم. وتكلموا عن البارك حديقة الانتحار هذيك يعني زعلت لا تقول عنها حديقة الانتحار وما أدري إيش.
But what good is it having medical facilities if no one can use them? I don't understand.
No one does, friend. but that's the way it is. I don't know why anyone would want to go into that building. But I can assure you that they're not going to get treated for anything in there. Not even for a miserable cold.
Okay.
Besides, it's a real fortress. The person will be more likely to come out sick from an overdose of gunpowder and lead. You know how it is, dear. There's no cure for love or death. Hey, I like that last phrase. It would make a good opening line for a story.
Oh, will you shut up for once, Ramon?
Ramon.
Don't pay any attention to him. In the old world, he earned his living writing stories, and he still thinks that all that waste paper might someday be useful after the Great Wave.
And in fact, it is. A good deal of that scrap paper is fueling this bonfire right now, dear. So I can consider my literary career to have been worthwhile.
طبعا في شيء نسيت أقوله. هذا طبعا هم سألهم قالوا وين السياسيين وهاد المسؤولين الأشياء دول الناس يعني اللي لهم مكانة رؤساء وزراء كذي. قال أنت ما زلت عايش في الأولد وورد. هذه الأشياء كلها في الأولد وورد. هنا يعني القوانين مختلفة في العالم هذا. أوكي يسألهم عن السويسايد بارك. أوكي.
Did you say Suicide Park? Someone in the camp told me about that place.
And the first dark stars come out to hang from the sky.
ويعرفوا الأغنية.
Sit and count them.
نفس الأغنية اللي قالها للشايب.
When the sun departs from Suicide Park. Yes, I recognize the song. But what the hell is it? Is there really a place with that name?
Yes, it exists.
طلع حقيقة.
After the Great Wave, and when things were starting to get really ugly here, the weakest among us eased their suffering with a bullet, by overdosing, or by jumping from high places. You know how it is. All those dark stars had a hard time finding a reason to go on living.
There was a terrible wave of suicides, and there still is.
موجة انتحار كبيرة صارت.
Is at some point a problem arose. How should I put it? A serious logistical problem. Access to drugs and firearms became practically impossible. So the easiest thing was to grab a rope or a belt and go to Suicide Park after dark.
Okay.
There was a time when it was hard to find a free branch anywhere in the park.
The suicides in the area multiplied at such a rate that the army closed down the park. They said for public health reasons.
For months, the only thing blooming in that park were the corpses of the hanged. The place became more like a theme park. Lots of fun for everyone.
I told you not to make jokes about that. Don't you have any respect for anything?
Of course not. That was one of the many things I lost in the Great Wave. And one of the things I missed the least, believe me.
Thanks for the chat.
Thanks for the company, friend.
طبعا يقول صارت يعني لما ساءت الأحوال والجوع صار نقص في الأكل والماء والكهرباء ما صار في كهرباء أصلا والجوع ناس اللي ما تحملت المعاناة قامت تنتحر وصارت موجة انتحار كبيرة. وأقول لك الناس اللي ما عندهم فلوس رصاصة أسهل شيء ياخذ حبال ويروح يشنق نفسه عند حلول الظلام في البارك هذه اللي سموها حديقة الانتحار. عشان كذي يسموهم دارك ستار اللي يروحوا ينتحروا في الظلام. وبعدين الحكومة سكرت هذه الحديقة بسبب يعني حالات الانتحار كثيرة.
Send us a sign, Lord. We need a sign from you.
Hey, wait a minute. I know that voice.
Are we guilty of arousing your rage? Did we do it? Speak with your tongue of fire, Lord. Purge us with unrelenting justice. Send us a sign. Is this our doing? Are you punishing us for our arrogance?
خليناك تغضب علينا تتسلط علينا بالكارثة.
Lord, release us from this intolerable uncertainty. Did we do it? Send us a sign.
I'm getting a strong impression that man's a fanatic and a little bit deranged. But his sermon made me curious. What could he mean by we did it?
The ruins of
يقصد الدنوب.
the lion above the flames. We still
ثلاث شريط. لا وملونة.
The remains of the stain. The Great Wave must have.
وش هذه؟
Did we do it? Are we the guilty ones.
اوه نفسه دائما يصير هذا.
No. Here comes that sensation again. It's
في كل مكان يدخله
floating
لازم
in a
تصير
dense
هالحالة.
liquid while everything around me is transformed. Good God. I think I'm starting to lose my mind.
Through the gash. That is your sign.
وش السكالبشر؟
The catastrophe caused a lot of damage to the statue's pedestal. The fact that the statue is still standing is a miracle.
Lord. Send us a sign.
Considering the condition of the rest of the church, it's amazing that the stained glass window is still in place and practically intact. Such little light that gets in from the street gives it a ghostly appearance.
Illuminate us with your fiery voice, Lord. Send us a sign.
The pedestal. The catastrophe is a miracle.
The ruins of the temple, the lion above the flame.
يا خلينا نجي هنا.
What was formerly the entrance to a subway. Subways, I imagine the train tunnels were flooded or ruined after the Great Wave.
Subway sign.
Let's see. I can try to rip it off.
كيف ياخذ الساين؟
I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to get it off with my hands.
نستخدم القزاز.
Use this here? How?
اوكي نجي هنا. عن طريق المجاري.
Let's see. Impossible. It's not that it's super heavy. It's that there's hardly any place to insert your fingers to lift this manhole cover. Southside Park. Would you believe it?
Oh,
this
هذه
must
اللي
be the
يتكلم عنها.
famous Suicide Park I've been hearing so much about. Huh. The pun is as witty as it is macabre.
هذه الحديقة اللي يتكلموا عنها.
You can smell these dead creatures from several yards away. I have no intention of picking up those rotten fish with my hands, to say nothing of putting them in my pocket.
هذا ظهر المستشفى الميديكال
It's rather disconcerting to see such a small building surrounded by such extreme security measures. Could this be the medical center people have been telling me about?
ايه هو نفسه. Vehicle entrance.
This entrance is reserved for authorized motor vehicles only. Get away from it. Move on.
والله.
What the hell?
شاتر ما عندهم فيها. لا يقرب
Those savages
الصافة.
don't get around. I'd better avoid getting too close to that area, at least on foot.
Blank with a message. هو مسامير ياخذ كيف حلو.
The ruins of the
كان
temple,
نستخدم
the
البلان
lion above the
على
flame.
هذا.
We still have
هذا
time.
سكالبتشر مثال هذا.
Let's see. If I wedge one of the ends of the plank under the statue's pedestal, the other part will rest directly on the base of the toppled column.
Illuminate us with your fiery voice,
Okay,
Lord.
Liver.
Send us a sign. We're waiting, Lord. Did we do it? Illuminate us. Send us a sign with your just and vengeful arm. Is this our fault? Listen! It's the fiery breath of God. The Lord has sent us his sign.
أرسل العلامة.
And I was right. It is all our fault. We did it, and we have aroused his fury.
أغضبناه.
What the hell's going on here?
Look, that's the sign. Forgive us, Lord. Forgive us. Repent, all ye sinners.
It's the atmospheric phenomenon I've been hearing so much about. That infernal sound coming from the crack in the sky. It's terrifying.
That is the sign. We did it. Forgive us, Lord. Forgive us. My children, God has spoken to us with his darkest voice. Haven't you heard him? But there's still time. All is not lost. We still have time. Salvation lies in the place where it all began, in the ruins, at the source. We must return to the ruins of the temple. We must return. We must.
الله تعب. طيب. Thick jagged piece of glass, okay.
Well, look at that. Next to this enormous hunk of glass, the colored glass shards I picked up earlier look ridiculous. I'd better get rid of them.
اوكي رمى القزاز الصغير عشان هذه افضل يعني. الحين مدينا نكلمه هذا القس المجنون. طبعا هو الريفرند بليك اللي تكلم
Hello. I heard your sermon and...
اللي يجي المخيم وينصحهم.
God has shown us his sign. He has finally spoken to all of us. With his thunderous voice, he has revealed the unknown. We did it. It's all our fault. We did it. But there's still time. All is not lost. There's still time to avoid it. The head of the lion above the flames holds the key to everything.
Okay, but what is it we did?
What is it we did? Time is the will of God. It is his heart and his hammer. The centuries and the ages belong solely to him. The celestial empire is a divine clock. Time rotates around God. Its hands are his angels and archangels. Now I see it all clearly. How could we have been so stupid? Our arrogance has enraged him. That's what we did.
This man is definitely crazy.
هذا خالص.
This doesn't make any sense.
I beg you, leave my brother in peace. He's very upset.
Okay, we did what?
We did what? I'm sorry, but I didn't understand a word you said.
We sullied his name. We didn't know that each second is a drop of Christ's blood, and that only he can reign over the interval, over the infinite mysticism of the fragment. Only he can reign over time with his incandescent omnipotence. We were unable to see it. And now he is enraged, and we're to blame. That's what we did.
Okay,
I still don't understand what it is we did.
Each cycle is a fluorescent gust of God's will, don't you see? Can't you see it? He reigns over the days and the hours from the inscrutable luminescence of his dwelling place.
Okay.
And we are just instants that slip through his fingers.
Okay,
time is his and his alone. We tried to wrest it from him.
Okay.
That's what we did.
اللي فهمت انه يقول المكان يعني التايم الوقت الله خلقه وفي ايده يتحكم به واحنا حاولنا ناخذه منه. ما ادري هل يعني العلماء مسوين شيء انهم غيروا في الزمن. ما ادري ايش قصده. Okay, what signs are you referring to?
What signs are you referring to?
The dark angels of God clamor madly through the open wound that is bleeding the kingdom of heaven dry. Haven't you heard? They were speaking with a thunderous voice. God is furious. That is his sign.
I suppose in his delirium, the man has mistaken that strange sound coming from the gash in the sky left by the great wave as a sign from the heavens. He's definitely lost his mind.
Please be so kind as to leave us in peace.
يقول هذا
Can't you see
شكله
that my brother is very agitated?
يخلط بين الصوت الموجود في السماء بسبب الحادثة الكونية وعلى انها علامة من الإله. Okay, I assume you are referring to atmospheric phenomenon. ظاهرة يعني كونية.
I assume you're referring to the atmospheric phenomenon in the sky caused by the great
بس هذا
wave.
ضارب يعني.
No, no! It's the stench of human arrogance that made the gears of the gates of hell grind. And now they're opening up like a festering wound to swallow us all. Can it be that you haven't heard it? That is his sign.
Okay, excuse me.
I don't think that was a divine sign.
We've lacerated the proud God enveloped us in. We've betrayed him. We've stabbed him with our infinite arrogance. And you can see the mark etched on the heavens. Through that gash, Lucifer has shattered our name from on high. Satan is calling each and every one of us by name.
الله يقول الشيطان ينادينا واحد واحد بس.
That is his sign.
رايح فيها.
Tell me, what is it that we can still prevent?
The wrath of God, the destruction of man.
والله أعطينا حل.
There's still time. We did it, but we still have time. The key is in the ruins of the temple. We have to find the ruins of the temple. Look for the head of the lion above the flames. Bring me the head of the lion above the flames while there's still time.
But this church is already in ruins. It hardly has any walls or a foundation left. You're already in the ruins of the temple.
No, you're mistaken. Bring me the head of the lion above the flames.
That's enough. Stop tormenting my brother. He's exhausted.
The head of the lion above the flames? That sounds absurd. It makes no sense.
Okay.
I think it's best that I leave you in peace.
Yes, leave my brother in peace.
يبغانا نجيب له head of lion above the flames.
Bring me the head of the lion above the flames.
يبغى هذا الشيء. يبيه. مصر عليه. Bring him the head of the lions above the flame. Reverend Blake is even crazy يا رجال. طلع مجنون أكثر مما كنت أنا أتوقع. دائما إذا تصير كوارث رجال الدين على طول يفسروها من غير حتى أدلة على أنها غضب من رب العالمين. اوكي نستخدم هذه الزجاجة عشان
I'll do this very carefully so that the glass doesn't break in two.
عشان يمدينا نتسلل أو ندخل إلى حديقة الانتحار هذه.
The hole I've dug is big enough to get to the other side of the fence.
بسم الله. يا ساتر. شوف الجثث المشنوخة.
Good God. There are dozens, hundreds of corpses hanging from the branches. What could have drawn all these people here? What kind of pain? What kind of desperation brought them here? These are the corpses of ordinary people who were living their ordinary lives in their ordinary little worlds up to a very short time ago. Could any of them have imagined meeting an end like this back then? Forgotten and nameless, swaying in the breeze like marionettes. And all those savages in uniforms did was close the park. They didn't even bother to cut their bodies down from the trees.
صحيح فعلا. يقول حتى ما يعني تعب نفسهم يقطعوا الحبلة ويدفنوا الجثث. عقارة الجنود يعني. باب. أنا أخذ الحبال.
One of the many dark stars in the park. Although the crows have already done a thorough job on him, from what's left, I'd say that the corpse belongs to a young man, barely of legal age.
لحظة بس يا شباب خلني دقائق بس. رجع نفس الموضوع. أنا أشوف المشهد.
Wait a minute. That guy is the suicide victim who was hanging from this tree.
عيد مشهد
Don't do it, please.
يعني هذا زي زي فيجن هذا.
I saw him hang himself.
كأنه يشوف الماضي يعني. شافه وهو يشنق نفسه. اوكي wall of trees and bushes.
The trees and bushes are so close together here that I can hardly push the branches to one side with my hands. The thorns in these bushes are jabbing into me like metal spikes. I'm not going to be able to open up a path this way.
اوكي خلنا نطلع. اوكي اخذنا حبل وكروبار. استخدم الكروبار.
Maybe with the help of the crowbar I can get the subway sign off the wall. Damn it! I've managed to tear it down, but the subway sign is broken in two.
شلعناها بس انكسرت. بس لحظات يا شباب راجع. اوكي وعاد اليكم من جديد. طيب الحين نرجع الى نستعين بالحبل انه يعني
As dead as that tree is, it still looks strong enough to tie the
عشان
rope to.
نوصل لهالمكان.
I can't reach it from here. Before I go down, I'll leave the heavy stuff here, in case the rope doesn't support my weight.
حلو الحركة، يحط الأشياء الثقيلة عشان تسبورت زوين.
Underneath the surface, there must be many more of these stone things I see sticking out of the water. No doubt they're the remains of a structure that sank here. It seems like a small fragment of one of them is loose.
Okay.
A small piece of sculpted marble. It's the head of an animal above what looks like flames or an open fire. Could it be a lion's head?
Lion's head. هذا الحجر اللي يبغاها هذاك.
This hole in the ground is steep walls of mud and earth. The distance to the bottom is several yards. How the hell was this cesspit formed? What for? Cutting my hand with. I don't think I'd gain anything by.
اوكي خلينا نرجع. نروح نعطي الهيد اوف فليم ما ادري ايش المجنون هذا.
The head of the lion above the flames. I think this must be yours.
The head of the lion. The head of the lion above the flames. The ruins of the temple still exist. Salvation is still possible. We can prevent it. We can still prevent it. Don't you understand? The annihilation of time. The wrath of God for our arrogance. There's still time. I have to return to the ruins of the temple. I have to go back to the ruins of the temple.
Wait a minute!
لا خالص.
There's no question in my mind. This man is a complete lunatic.
اوكي رمى لنا العصا هذه.
Reverend Blake's cross.
هذا شكل
A
كروس.
stick with a very, very striking shape.
كان نستعين بالكروبار نفتح السيارة هذه.
Okay, let's see if I can open this. Got it.
حلو.
Let's see. I'm sure that if I tug on it a little... Good. The upholstery came off along with one of the elastic bands that was holding it to the seat. With the cover removed, that seat looks even...
Okay.
This elastic band doesn't fit in anywhere. So, let's see. I just made a primitive homemade slingshot.
اوكي استعنا بجلد الحذاء وسوينا سلينك شوت او فلاتية احنا نسميها. اوكي يا اطفال نفدوا انتقامكم.
Hello, Michael.
خربوا.
Hi, kids.
We got Mom out of the house. Now what about that reward?
Okay.
Yes. I think I have something you might like. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. They're just kids. And this could get them into trouble. I know perfectly well what they're going to use it for, but their aim is amazing. And a little commotion on the camp fence could be a good thing for everyone. Besides, they want to do something for their father, and those pigs at the gate deserve a surprise.
What is it, Michael? Tell us, what is it?
I know it's something you're really going to like. Here you go. It's a slingshot.
It's a slingshot! Thank you, Michael. With this, we'll be
حدهم
able
على
to hit the
الشاط.
watchtowers. Come on, let's try it.
الله بجرب عليه.
That'll teach you pigs.
يا ساتر. الله أعطاها إياه في الصميم.
Attention, all units in Sector 12. Report immediately to the North
حدهم على الجريمة.
Watchtower. I repeat, report immediately to the North Watchtower.
What's going on? I don't know. It must be something serious. Come on, let's go.
والله الورعان مو سهل.
You hit him! Haha, yes! So what do we do now? I don't know. We've got to get out of here. Quickly! Run!
I better take this with me.
ناخذ سلاح الجريمة. طيب الحين يعني العملية دي أخلت لنا المكان. هنا يمدينا ناخذ لا الأشياء المحطوطة هنا. رابر جلابس. طيب الآن عشان يعني يقطع الصوت.
This quilted fabric fits the size of the window perfectly.
لأنه مستحيل يفتح الباب، فنبغى نكسر النافذة بالكروبار، بس ما نبغى أصوات تطلع، فهذا التكنيك تستخدمه.
Okay, let's try this. And let's cross our fingers that the seat cover absorbs the noise of the breaking glass. If the soldiers next door find me, they'll blow my head off without bothering to ask questions.
Okay.
You've done it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm safe
الله
now.
حاضرين الطيار، قدم
God
حياتك.
bless you, stranger. You saved my life.
Take care of yourself, old man. And I don't have to tell you, don't open the door to strangers.
يا حلو، الحين يمدينا ناخذ هذا البولت كاتر عشان نفتح لنا طريق في الغابة أو في حديقة في البارك. هدفنا المستشفى عشان المورفين، وأيضا نعرف إذا في دواء إلى الديزول اللي يبغاه رود عشان نساعد ابنه كولين عشان يرجع لنا الذاكرة. الحين نستخدم البولت كاتر على هذا.
Let's see what's on the other side of this hedge.
هذه المستشفى.
No, please.
رجع للبيجن نفسه.
My head.
You won't get any of his things. I won't allow it. Do you hear me?
Michael, is that you? Thank God we found you. It's me, Chris. Don't you recognize me? But there is a solution, Michael. All is not lost. There is still a possibility of salvation for us. For each and every one of us.
You have to stop this, Michael. You have to quit.
I can't do it.
It's destroying us, don't you see? It's killing us.
It's that demon inside me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
These visions are getting more intense all the time. The pain is unbearable. Who's Chris? Salvation is still possible, he said. Could that be true? And once again, that female voice has been haunting me since I woke up. Who is she? Why was she so distressed? What the hell happened to us? Or is going to happen to us?
شاغلنا. طيب.
From here, I'll have a magnificent view of the hospital compound.
Okay,
In truth, the part that's visible from the road is only a fraction of it. The vegetation conceals a much larger area. The trees and bushes conceal structures where hundreds and hundreds of metal barrels are being stored. Whatever's inside them, there must be thousands of gallons of it down there.
Okay.
More of that barbed wire that adorns all the city's buildings. If I get up close enough, I can hear a slight buzz, a sure sign that this fence is electrified.
لازم أقطع الحاجز هذا. طيب لازم نستخدم الجلافز.
Okay, I'll wear the gloves to cut the electrified wire.
هذه فائدة الجلافز عشان لا تتكهرب.
Perfect.
حلو. صح عليك.
Let's see what's down here. It's a trapdoor, and it looks like it hasn't been used in a long, long time.
كان ندخل.
This door leads to a dingy back room. What the hell could be in here? I can hear the buzz of electricity coming from inside, but I can't figure out anything more without a little more light.
لازم لايت. طيب. أوه. يجيبوهم هنا الديزول.
What is this place? Where the devil am I? It seems like the small building at the ground level is just camouflage. The most important part is here underground. Are all of them dissolved? How many patients can there be packed in here? Dozens? Hundreds? This is horrible.
والله منظر سوبر هوريبل. Ventilation bit.
First, I'll get this dirty old container out of the way. Let's see if this grate can be removed. Perfect. It looks like this hole leads to a passageway on the other side.
لحظة نشوف. وش أخذت؟ السيد. طيب. اوه اشياء واجد هنا. لاك باك. كيس اسود.
It's sagging from the weight and so dilapidated that I doubt this janitor's cart has many more trips left in it. There's a bunch of papers stuck to the door of the closet. There seems to be some type of bureaucratic form among them.
Bureaucratic. Okay, ايش البيروقراطيك هذا؟ وش يشتغل هذا؟ ظهر العمال اللي يشتغل في المستشفى. من جنسيات مختلفة، من استراليا، من ماليزيا، من جيرماني، بس أغلبهم من اسبانيا. طيب وش يقول؟
Military personnel, GPS, targets, rifles. I'm afraid what's described on these pages doesn't have very much to do with typical medical activities in a hospital. A tiny lock is preventing me from opening the door, and despite its size, it seems to be very strong.
اوه لازم مفتاح. طيب تفتحها بهذه.
The bolt cutters are very worn. I'm not going to waste energy using them without good reason.
طيب الكروبار.
I'm not going to open it this way. I don't see any cracks in the door big enough to get any leverage.
صح ما يمدي. Open the car. Poster.
The future is in our hands. Collaborate, rebuild, report. From the text, I'd say this poster must have been part of a government campaign launched after the Great Wave.
طيب glass case خلينا نشوف هذا.
Locked, of course. I'm starting to get annoyed with this sense of ownership I see in all the people with closets, lockers, and other storage furniture in the city.
خلينا نشوف الكروبار. سحب الكروبار.
I'd rather use a key to open this case, but I'm a bit short on time. So...
Who is it? Who's there?
Oh, excuse me,
What are you doing here? Have you come to steal something? Take one more step and I'll call the soldiers.
No, wait, please, don't do that.
Security, this is Nurse Uma Grundy. I need you to come right away.
No, wait!
هذه بنت العجوز اللي ساعدناه، اللي عند البولت كاتر. هذه بنت اللي أتكلم عنها اللي تشتغل ممرضة. يمكن دا أقول لها أنا قابلت أبوش وده، يعني تهون عن التبليغ. You can't turn me in. Those soldiers will kill me.
You can't turn me in. Those soldiers will kill me if they find me here.
You should have thought of that before you walked into this trap. You'd better save your breath and get out of here fast, before those savages get here.
Okay, steal? No.
Steal? No, you're wrong about me. I'm not a thief.
You just broke the glass on one of our pharmacy cabinets. What am I supposed to think?
There's a reasonable explanation for all of this, I promise you.
You'd better be convincing when those soldiers get here. I can hear them coming now. Come on, get out of here now while you still have time.
I thought the first priority of people in the medical profession was to save lives, and you're going to get me killed.
Don't you dare judge me. You have no idea what we're going through in here. Our priority is our patients, and yours should be to get out of here as fast as you can, if you value your life.
يا ساتر.
Wait a minute. Did you say Uma? Nurse Uma?
Yes, that's my name.
Wait, please don't turn me in. I know your father. I saved his life just a few hours ago. They were going to deport him to the refugee camp, but I was able to stop it.
My God, did you say my father? Tell me, how is he? Has anything happened to him?
Don't worry, Uma. He's safe. He told me about you and your work in this place. He was worried. He'll want to know that you're all right. Wait, please don't turn me in.
This is Nurse Uma Grundy. It turned out to be a false alarm. You don't have to come, thank you.
Thank you, Uma. You did the right thing. My name is Michael.
But now you should explain why you burst in here like that. What are you looking for, Michael?
I came to get medicine. I need a cure for the dissolved.
Cure? There's no such thing. You won't find it here or anywhere else. The authorities distributed a memo among the medical staff months ago. I'm sure you can still find a copy of it around here somewhere. It told us that they've definitely abandoned the search for a medicine. You made a mistake risking your life to get in here. The only thing we store here is pain. This place is a tomb for those poor infected devils, but also for the people who work here. I'm sorry, Michael. The dissolved are condemned to death.
No, that can't be. There has to be a solution.
هذا الخبر راح يتعبهم.
Oh man. Poor Rod.
اي والله.
Poor Colin.
خلاص الديزولف مال اللي يموت يعني.
But I heard in the refugee camp, they said a cure is being produced and stored here. Well, if that's not the case, what's the purpose of a building like this?
The army deliberately keeps that rumor about a possible cure alive. You see, as long as people still have some hope left, it is much easier to control the city more effectively. But it's a lie.
I understand.
This medical center was built just after the Great Wave, taking advantage of some abandoned underground facilities. That was when the authorities were beginning to work on their project to rebuild the city. They told us the building was going to be used to take in the first patients. Of course, we had no idea the disease would become so widespread. I left my job in a clinic downtown to come here. I wanted to lend a hand. They demanded total confidentiality about our work to avoid causing panic in the population. Not even my father knew what we were really doing in here.
Yes, he told me that when I asked him about this place.
At first, we treated the patients with great care. There was medicine to ease their suffering and even research into a possible cure. Everything was going smoothly.
Okay.
And then what happened?
Things started to go wrong. When the number of patients multiplied, we couldn't keep up. And then we began to run out of even the most basic supplies. And that was when the army took over complete control of the center.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Then they sealed off the building. No one was allowed to leave, not even us. We doctors and nurses have been shut in here for months, isolated without even a glimpse of daylight. They say it's for security reasons. It's for our own safety. Oh yeah. Now our medical care is limited to wrapping up the patients in plastic bags, like the ones they use to transport cadavers, and then simply waiting for them to die, doing what little we can do to ease their suffering. Then we dispose of their remains, dissolving the black bags in acid for decontamination. And that's about it. That's all we can do with the resources we have. And sometimes it's just too much to bear.
عشان يذوبوا البقايا. يعني حتى هم عالقين، فهم يعني في البداية مهمتهم انهم يعالجوا هذول المرضى، بس خلق من تكاثر صار مالتيبليكيشن، تزايد كبير في الأعداد لدرجة ما الأدوية خلصت، ما قدروا يسيطروا. دخلت الحكومة، صار هذا مثل يعني المقبرة المستشفى، من برا مستشفى بس هو في الحقيقة مقبرة. صارت الآن مهمتهم إنه يحطوا الجثث في أكياس. Okay, condemned to die, I hear. Okay.
Condemned to die. I heard their cries of pain out there. What really happened to the dissolved?
These people suffer the most excruciating pain and die in the most horrible way I've ever seen. The first symptoms are bouts of nausea and fainting, which become more frequent and prolonged as the disease progresses. Until, in the end, their entire metabolism enters a state of shock. Then, their entire cell structure dissolves. It simply disintegrates. There's no medical explanation. It just happens. But there's something even stranger about the disease.
What could be stranger than what you just told me?
The dissolved become erratic, unpredictable, eccentric. They're uncontrollable. That's why the army fears them. They're afraid of their unpredictable behavior, but also of their strange messages. So the sole function of this place is to keep them locked away, hidden, and under the army's control, until death takes them off their hands, one by one. It's also why people who harbor the dissolved are punished. And it's also the reason for the existence of the cleanup brigades.
يعني تصير خلل في الميتابوليزم حقهم، عمليات الأيض، وهذا اللي يسبب ذوبانهم يعني. وأيضا زي ما قلت إن في عندهم شيء روح، إنه يجي يقولوا رسائل لما تجيهم حالة معينة، رسائل عن العالم الآخر أو شيء. But I thought they were just controlling the patient to keep the disease from spreading.
But I thought they were just controlling the patients to keep the disease from spreading.
But that's a lie, a blatant lie. The spread of the disease is accelerating. The number of cases is multiplying every day. But it's not contagious. We doctors and nurses have been treating the sick for months, in direct contact with them and their remains. And the rate of contagion among us is no higher than out there. The army is lying.
But then, how is the disease spread?
We don't know, Michael. No one knows. What we do know is that it's not caused by direct contact with the victims. There's another reason for the Army's secrecy about the dissolved. Fear. It's human nature to fear the unknown. We tend to panic when faced with something we don't understand. And this damn disease is more than any of us can handle.
مرض غريب ما يعرف عنه أي شيء، يعني معلومات غامضة، وإحنا بطبيعتنا البشر نخاف من الشيء المجهول. Okay.
And what is it that makes the dissolve so unpredictable and dangerous?
They know, Michael. You probably think I'm crazy, but I'm telling you, they know. They talk about events no one else knows about. They sense things. They bring back information from the places they go. And they talk to the dead there, Michael. They communicate with the dead. They know, Michael. That's all.
They're just sick people, Uma.
No! They're more than just ordinary sick people. You wouldn't talk like that if you had been living with them. And their messages and their prophecies all these months.
تنبؤات عندهم يا ساتر. أنا هي جالسة معاهم فعارفة.
Wait a minute.
Prophecies.
Did you just say the dissolved make prophecies?
Let me tell you a story. When I first came to the center, I became friendly with a patient, a 13-year-old girl. All the time I was taking care of her, she never stopped chatting. She told me all about the underground highways. She said she went there every day.
Underground highways?
She said they all went there when they lost consciousness. Obviously, I felt great pity for the girl, but in time I also came to feel tremendous fear. I was afraid of that poor, hopeless child. Her visions, her dreams, her messages terrified me. And then one night she sat down next to another patient, an older woman who looked surprisingly healthy. According to our calculations, this woman still had a few months to live. The woman had just lost consciousness. "Leave me alone with her," the girl said to me. "It won't be long now." And she took the woman's hand. And just seconds later, the woman started to dissolve, shrieking and writhing in pain, until there was nothing left of her but a puddle of brown, viscous liquid. The girl turned to me and said, "I knew she was leaving us, and I didn't want her to go alone. That would have been very sad, wouldn't it, Uma?" The girl's face was still dripping with the remains of the patient. She knew what was going to happen, Michael. She saw it. From then on, my fear became uncontrollable. I felt defenseless next to her.
I understand.
Finally, my panic was so great that I refused to go anywhere near her. And I even, God forgive me, I felt secretly relieved when she herself finally dissolved. They know, Michael, and that's why they're so dangerous to the people in power now.
تقول يعني اختصار القصة إن في بنت عمرها 13 مريضة، في يوم من الأيام جلست جنب امرأة مريضة أيضا هناك، وكان يعني حسب كلام الممرضة إن باقي عليها شهور تعيش قبل لا تموت، بس دي البنت قالت لا ما راح تموت الحين، وفعلا ماتت في حينتها. هذه يعني من بعد هذه الحادثة هذه تقول قمت أخاف من هذه البنت كيف عرفت وما ارتحت إلا يوم ماتت. يقول الله يسامحنا. Okay. The cleanup brigades. I've seen how they behave.
The cleanup brigades.
صدوا الإسعاف
I've seen how they behave.
They're savages. I despise them. They're like predatory animals, heartless and unscrupulous. The rest of the staff refuses to share the facilities with them, so their lockers are out in the hallway. That's where they keep everything they need for their hunting expeditions. The GPSs, the disease detection tests, their ID badges. Each unit is made up of 2 soldiers, 1 doctor, and 1 nurse. I mean, doctors and nurses collaborating with those bloodthirsty animals, but then they say, what do you want? It's our job, and somebody's got to do it.
Yes, that phrase sounds familiar. It's bone-chilling. Police and criminals using exactly the same words to justify their actions. You gotta do what you gotta do. That seems to be the slogan of the executioners of this new world.
Talk to my father, Michael. Tell him that I'm all right, that he shouldn't worry, that we'll be seeing each other soon, very soon.
أروح أطمن بس أكلم أبوها عنها. مورفين. أيوة هذا المورفين اللي نحتاجه. في النهاية قالت لا يعني طمن والدي عني أنا بخير. طيب الحين ناخذ المورفين. لحظة خلنا نفتش أكثر.
Let's see. Inside I only see dust and old papers and a tiny key.
أوكي هذا التايني كي حق الخزانة.
Let's see if it's the key to this closet. Bingo!
Wooden crate. جواله أي والله أشياء كثيرة حصان. والله كل هالأشياء. Report and
It's an internal army memo for the hospital's medical staff. The report talks about the failure to develop a cure for the dissolved, and what's even worse, the decision to finally abandon the search for one.
إنهم فشلوا في إيجاد يعني بحثوا فشلوا يوجدوا علاج في النهاية استسلموا يعني نعطيه إلى رود عشان يقتنع.
A small red LED is blinking on all of them, an unmistakable sign that they've been used.
لازم صحيح الخبر قاسي عليه بس هذه الحقيقة ما في علاج إلى هذا المرض. والدك يعني مع الأسف لازم أو راح يموت يعني ما راح تقدر تنقذه.
The street is even more desolate and silent than it was before. I guess while I was in the subterranean hospital for the dissolved, the soldiers called the curfew.
اوكي صار أفضل. خلينا نشوف الشباب وش عندهم. هذول اللي كانوا في الكنيسة.
What are you doing out here, ma'am? What's the matter?
It's my brother. He's disappeared. We don't know where he is.
What do you mean he's disappeared?
Well, we haven't seen him since he spoke to you, since he ran out of the church. We've been searching for him for hours and can't find him anywhere.
And you don't have any idea where he might have gone?
No, he simply ran out of the door, completely out of control. I've never seen him so upset, and we haven't heard anything from him since. I just know that something terrible has happened to him. My brother is very sick and shouldn't be out there alone and unprotected. I fear the worst.
Calm down. There's no reason to think that anything has happened to him.
I have a feeling that something awful has happened. I'm sure of it. Besides, the soldiers have already called the curfew. If they find him on the street alone and lost, in his condition, my brother is a very beloved and respected person. But those beasts don't care who he is.
I understand.
We have to get off the street. Please, if you see my brother, tell him to come home. Tell him we're waiting for him.
Of course. I'll do that.
ولا يهمش. إذا شفنا أخوش راح يعني نطمنه. والله نفسي أكلم هذا بس مشكلة إنه داخل. أقول له ترى بنتك بخير.
This home already has an owner.
ما راح يمديني.
The camp is closed, rats. Get away from the gates.
But I have to come in. It's urgent. What happened?
There's no understanding you worms. Always wanting to get out of here. Once you're outside, you're dying to get back in. One of our soldiers was killed, and the camp will remain closed until the matter is cleared up. So take a hike. Yes. Someone hit one of the sentries in the watchtowers with a rock and made him fall out. He was killed instantly. Luckily, it seems there was a witness who saw the perpetrators launch the projectile, and they have been detained. But we never trust the testimony of a rat, so we're waiting for the criminals to confess, or for the murder weapon to turn up.
I don't think it's going to take very long to get the truth out of these kids. Or to find the weapon they used to commit the crime.
Good God. What have I done? I knew I shouldn't have gotten them mixed up in this. But they're just a couple of scared kids. Don't you see that? What are you planning on doing with them?
Killing an official is punishable by death, and martial law is quite clear in this respect. They acted as adults, and they will pay for their actions as adults. As soon as they confess, or we find the weapon they used to commit the crime, we'll take care of matters. Do you have a problem with the law being enforced?
You're nothing but a gang of warped psychopathic pigs.
One more word and I'll blow your head off right now, bastard. I couldn't care less what privileges that bracelet might give you. Get out of my sight.
Those pigs are gonna kill the boys, and it'll be my fault. I'll be responsible for their deaths. I can't let that happen. I have to do something, and fast. But what?
والله مشكلة. واحد شافهم وهم يعني يضربوا الجندي وطيح. راح يقتلوهم. طبعا قال له شهادة الرات يعتبرون الموجودين رات ما تكفي. احنا نستنى يا انه يظهر سلاح الجريمة اللي هي السليك شوت هذه او انهم يعترفوا. طيب شو نسوي؟
You have to let me in. I need to get into the camp urgently.
The camp will open when those brats confess to their crime, or when we find the murder weapon. Those two brats are going to pay a very high price for their insolence. And now, get lost, rat.
Those pigs are gonna kill the boys, and it'll be my fault. I'll be responsible for their deaths. I can't let that happen. I have to do something, and fast. But what? Damn it. If I don't prevent it, those bastards in uniform are going to execute the boys. For God's sake, I have to think of some way to save them, and I have to do it now.
لازم ننقذهم. لازم نشوف حل لإنقاذهم.
This hole in the ground is steep walls of mud and earth. The distance to the bottom is several yards. How the hell was this cesspit formed? I suppose the rain has been flooding the pit little by little. This water is so dark you can't even see the bottom. This hole in the distance to the bottom is several yards. How the hell was this cesspit formed?
كان في شيء هنا دارك.
Jesus! It's the corpse of Reverend Blake! His neck is broken. In his delirium, he must not have seen the rope I left tied around the tree. It must have fallen from the top when he was trying to get down here. But what the hell was he looking for here?
هذا الريفرند بليك ظهر بعد ما أعطيناه الحجر الرجال تجنن وجهنا ما المهم إنه مات.
He still has the same grimace of terror as when he ran out of the church. What made him go mad? I don't care anymore. I'm afraid he took the answer with him to the grave.
في شيء في الباكت.
Let's see what's in here. According to one of the cleanup brigade's forums, this is the device they use to navigate during their raids. Sort of like an electronic map. It looks like some satellites are actually still working after the Great Wave. Something I could easily confirm if this contraption had batteries in it. Authorized Vehicle Pass. It's the ID that allows the cleanup brigades to get in and out of the hospital compound in their macabre ambulances. From what I can tell, the army can pump you full of lead if you try to come through the gate without one of these.
اوكي هذا الايدي اللي يستخدموه البريجيد عشان يدخلوا ويطلعوا من المستشفى.
This confirms what Nurse Uma told me. the dissolved are condemned to die. This document constitutes a death sentence for all victims. A damp, moldy business card. It's almost illegible, but it looks like it's from a place called Beechwood Oracle. Most of the text is too worn off to read. All you can make out of it is an address. 24 Mammoth's Wood Street. Good idea. I could enter the address on this card in the GPS. Shame I don't have any batteries.
يحتاج باتري الGPS يحتاج باتري.
Time is running out for those poor kids, and if I don't stop it, I'll have their death on my conscience. Come on, Michael. You have to do something. You have to do something.
طيب علينا أن نتهم
Good
هذا.
idea. I could use Reverend Blake as a scapegoat to protect
نقول لهم
those
إنه
children.
هو اللي ارتكب الجريمة.
On the other hand, him being one of the most famous and respected men in the city, I doubt anyone would believe my story if I accused him of attacking the sentry in the tower.
ما حد راح يصدقه لأن هذا شخص محترم وله مكانته. فلازم إنك مع الأسف تشوه وجهه القزازة عشان لا يتعرف عليه.
This is going to be hard. Very hard.
إي والله hard.
Those children are innocents in all this. And those ruthless
الأطفال
savages are about to
لازم
kill them in cold blood. I have no other choice. God damn it! Had the visions again! Not now. I have to do this. I've got to do this.
My head! You've got to stop this, Michael. I can't stand it anymore. This has to end.
I can't help it. It's that demon. You know I can't help it.
Please, Michael. Please. Make it stop.
Yes. That tiny cowardly demon. I remember.
Digging its claws into your soul like a jagged piece of glass. Whispering in your ear that what you're doing is right.
صار متوحش.
Because nobody has the
بس
authority to tell you otherwise.
يعني الظروف تجبر أحيانا.
I've disfigured his face, but not enough. He's still identifiable.
ما زال يعني يمكن تعرف عنه ما يكفي. فمالك إلا تدوب وجهه بالأسيد.
I remember it. I remember. I can smell it, feel it, touch it.
No, please, don't do it. No!
That cowardly demon, that dark and intimate specter that only you know, that gains strength in this new world. That brutal sensation of acid running through your veins, corroding, little by little, anything good and decent you might have left inside you, turning it into pain, rot, and emptiness. Good God, what have I done? What have I done? Why are you showing me this? Please, answer me. Who was I before the catastrophe? Before the world collapsed? Do I really want to know? God, I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
تلطخ خميصه بالدم. صار مجرم. اوكي الحين يعني يمديك تقول تروح هذول الجنود تقول لهم وجدت اللي فعل الشيء عشان تنقذ الأطفال المساكين.
You have to let those boys go. They're innocent. You've got the wrong people.
What are you insinuating, rat? You better have a good reason for saying something like that, or we'll splatter your brains all over the wall of shame, and then use the kids for target practice.
I know who the guilty party is. I know who committed the crime, and I know where he is.
Hey, we've got to hear this. Start talking, rat.
Okay, here goes. I hope those pigs take the bait, because if they find out the truth, I'm a dead man. The murderer was a deranged man I met in the city a few hours ago. He told me he was desperate, tired of the humiliation and violence he had to face every day. He was determined to do something crazy. I didn't believe him at the time, but now I see that he wasn't kidding. After the attack, he committed suicide by jumping into the cesspit next to the camp road. You'll find him there. His face is unrecognizable from hitting the rocks and scraping against the rubble. But I'm sure you'll find the murder weapon next to his body.
We'll check out your story and see if it holds up.
We're approaching what looks like a body. It looks like that worm was right. Over.
What a mess. What the hell happened to his face?
Meh, who cares?
We found the guilty party with the murder weapon. Let those kids go. And unlock the camp gate. Over.
You can come in now.
كذا نجحت الخطة. شاطر أخيرا تحررت. الحين خلني شو اسمه أعطي المرة المورفين هذه ميشا اللي وعدناها به. تفضل المورفين كما وعدنا.
I brought the morphine for your husband, just as I promised. This woman in this house gave me the chills. Let's get this over with as soon as possible.
So you've come for your money. Is that it, you rat?
You offered it to me. I didn't ask for anything in return.
No, you're right. Yeah, I guess you've earned it. That's what we agreed. I'm an honest woman. I think you have a very wrong impression of me. Take your money, Michael.
All right. Thank you and good luck.
Okay,
I'm sure we'll be seeing each other around the camp.
Wait! Michael, is it money that you want? I have more money. I still have some savings. Those camp rats didn't manage to take it all. I'm sure we can figure something out.
I don't understand.
My husband is about to die. Without him, we'll be nobodies. Me and the kids. The soldiers don't even show us any respect anymore. A while ago, they broke in here to take them away with no explanation. And it didn't matter to them in the least whose children they were. But if you stay here, all that could change. I still have some contacts. I could arrange for you to become the new Camp Mole. You're not like the rest of those rats out there, Michael. You're one of us. We'd be important again. We'd keep our privileges. Or do you want to be just another beggar in this sewer? I can't lower myself to that. I'd do anything. Stay here with us, Michael.
No. I don't doubt for a second that this woman will be capable of anything, like a cornered scorpion. I don't think that would be a good idea. It would be better for me to leave. Take good care of those boys. They're good kids.
Yeah, get out of here, you disgusting rat. You're all alike. In this camp, all you
قلبت عليه عشان رفض عرضها.
I don't need you. I don't need any of you. You're just waiting to see us fall. But I won't give you the satisfaction, you disgusting rats. I'll do what I have to do. But you won't see me crawling around in the trash like you.
A cornered scorpion, surrounded by flames that are closing in. I think it would be best not to speak to this woman ever again. She could be dangerous.
كورنر سكوربيون والله جميل الوصف. محاطة بالفليمز. صحيح المرة دي راح تنتهي بس أنا نطمن على
Hello, Michael.
أطفال يعني
Did
ما
you see us
قصروا.
out there with the soldiers? They were pointing their rifles at us, but we didn't squeal on you. We're two brave, strong men, aren't we? Well, we did cry a little.
فضيحة
Shut
الصبي.
up.
Of course you are. I'm proud of you. When you're grown up, everyone will know that you two can be trusted.
Grown up? But that's not going to be for a long time. Yeah, besides, our mom says that's not going to happen. There's no future for anyone. Not for us either.
Don't pay any attention to what people say. You should only worry about taking care of each other. That's the only thing that matters now, okay? I gotta get going. Goodbye, boys.
Goodbye, Michael. Goodbye, Michael.
هذا مساكين هالأطفال.
These two kids are about to lose their lives because of me. I think it's about time I left them alone for their own safety.
اي والله. والأطفال بغوا يعني يخسروا حياتهم بسببي. الأفضل إني أتركهم خلاص. كيف اللي شافوا. طيب نروح لمايكل أو قصدي رود. هذا الشايب راح. ونقول له يعني نعطيه التقرير نقول له ترى طيب ما في علاج. هذا هو كلمة. مسكين حزين على ولده.
Michael, thank God you've come back. Colin is worse. His trances are getting longer and deeper. My wife and I are afraid the end is near. Please tell me that you've brought the medicine to cure his disease.
This is going to be very hard. But this man deserves to know the truth. I owe him that. I'm sorry, Rod. You have to see this. It's an army report. It says that the cure we were talking about doesn't exist. That it never existed.
No, but there has to be a cure. There has to be hope for us. The vultures are starting to gather around our trailer, waiting for the end so they can take my son's belongings. Colin himself can see them from the window of his room.
Calm down, Rod.
Don't tell me to calm down! You've brought ruin to this house. You've come to sentence Colin to death. But that drug exists. It has to exist!
Listen to me, Rod. I've done everything in my power to find the drug, but there is no such thing. Try to understand. There's no cure for the dissolved.
The dissolved? I warned you, Michael. I warned you not to use that word in this house! Get out of here! Get out of our lives forever!
Wait, Rod. I'm sorry, but you promised to help me. You promised to help me get my identity back.
Help you? You've ruined our lives. You've condemned our little boy to death. Get out of here. Get out of here at once!
Michael? Michael, I have to talk to you. I have a message. I have a message from her.
God, it's Colin. A message from her?
Michael! Michael, please! She told me to talk to you.
Where do you think you're going? Don't you dare go into that room. You're not welcome in this house anymore.
But the boy, he called out to me by name.
Colin's delirious. He doesn't even know who you are. Get away from my family immediately.
Michael! Michael! I have a message from her. It's very important.
Damn you. Don't go near that door. Get out of this house. Listen, Michael. We have a gun in that room with 2 bullets in it. Don't make me waste one of them on you.
يا ساتر.
It's all right, Rod. Calm down. I'm leaving.
And as for you, vultures, drawn by the scent of death, I won't let you take anything. You hear me? Not a single thing. When this is over, when he's gone, I'll make sure there's nothing left for you. You won't get anything. You won't get anything.
الله سكر الباب وطرد ورمى أغراضه.
Amidst these flames, Colin's belongings are ceasing to exist. His clothes, his books, his toys, they're going up in smoke, just like poor Rod's sanity. It seems that the new world has gotten the better of him.
خلاص وصل لحد ما يتحمل. نشوفهم من الويندو.
He made it very clear. After his outburst, Rod is not going to let me back into his trailer. Poor man. I'm afraid that this new world has finally gotten the better of him.
Okay.
Colin called out to me by name. He said he had a message from her. I have to go in there and talk to the boy before it's too late. But how?
طيب لازم نكلم الولد. لنا طريقة نكلم فيها الولد. الحين خلنا نعطي هذول الفلوس عشان يخلونا أكلم البنت المسكينة هذه. يعني تعطينا السر اللي وعدتنا.
Let me see Rose.
Hey, this is a lot of dough, pal.
So, is it enough?
More than enough.
More than enough.
This'll get you into Rose's van for the rest of the night. All you can eat. Have a good time with our Minnie Mouse, but be careful with the merchandise. You know how it works. You break it, you buy it.
Yeah, I get it.
طيب الحين بدينا ندخل. كلمها.
Hello, Mr. Sleepyhead. You came back.
Hello, Rose.
Are you here to save me? Have you brought me my baby? They won't let me leave here to look for him. He's all I have left in the world. I don't have anyone else. Will you help me? That's why you came back, isn't it? Or did you come back for the other thing? Do you want me to take off my clothes and lie down on the mattress?
حسبي الله عليهم مستغلينها في الدعارة الملاعين.
I'd like to talk to you, Rose. You told me you had a secret to tell me. I need to hear it.
وش السر يا
Yes,
رب؟
Mr. Sleepyhead. I know a secret about you. It's something very important, but I'm not going to tell you.
Why not?
Because you haven't brought me my baby. I asked you to help me and you haven't done it. I want to hold my baby again and rock him to sleep. Aren't we friends anymore, Mr. Sleepyhead?
Yes, of course we're still friends. But Rose, please. I need to know what it is. What is the secret?
Okay, I'll give you a clue. It's a riddle. I have something of yours from before the Great Wave. It's the key for you to lock and unlock your chest of dreams, you sleepy bear. But I won't give it to you unless I can hold my baby again.
The key to my chest of dreams? I don't know what the devil she's talking about. But if it's something from before the Great Wave, no doubt it could help me recover my past. Rose, I don't have time for games. Give me whatever you have, please.
No, no. You have to help me first. Please bring me my baby. I want to rock him to sleep again, like in the picture on the wall. Have you seen the picture of my baby and me? It was taken before the Great Wave. I have no one else. I need my baby. Bring him to me. Bring him to me! Bring him to me!
Hey, pal! You can have a good time with our Minnie Mouse, but don't mess up the merchandise! Don't make us come in there. You know how it works. You break it, you buy it.
All right, Rose, all right. Calm down.
اوكي لازم نجيب لها البيبي حقها. يعني تقول لنا السر. ما يكفي بس انها تكمل.
I don't want you to lie down. Tell me, Rose, why can't you leave here?
It's because of them. They don't let me go any farther than that empty
الله
lot over
يلعنهم
there.
مستغلينها.
They say I have to be ready in case a client comes. They only let me go see Rod and Colin in their trailer every once in a while.
And why don't you run away?
Those men are too scary, Mr. Sleepyhead. They yell at me and hit me if I don't do what they say. Sometimes they lock me in here in the dark for hours.
Allah.
And I'm afraid the soldiers will come back. They say they'll call them, and if I don't behave, they'll hurt me again. I'm so afraid of the dark. Aren't you? Colin is afraid of the dark too. Before he got sick, he told me. And now they won't let me see him anymore. I like the light better. Do you like the lights in my room, Mr. Sleepyhead?
Yes, they're very pretty, Rose.
It's like it's Christmas every day, isn't it? But the one who scares me most is the hunter. He's always ordering everyone around with a voice like an angry lion. He even gives orders to those men outside. He's like a horrible big dog about to bite you. I get the shivers every time he comes to visit me. But I like your voice very much, Mr. Sleepyhead. You sound like a knight in a fairy tale. And I'm your princess.
Okay.
You said you don't have anyone. Where is your family?
I don't know, Mr. Sleepyhead. The last time I saw them was when that great wave came. They said they were leaving, but that they'd come back to find me, and then they left me alone with my baby. They told me they'd only come back if I took good care of him, if I held him and rocked him to sleep, like in the picture on the wall. Did you see my baby and me in the picture, Mr. Sleepyhead? But someone took him while I was asleep. You see, I had this dream while those soldiers were hurting me. Do you like to dream, Mr. Sleepyhead?
It depends on the dream, Rose.
I dream about my baby a lot, sleeping in his little cradle. And I also dream about my room in the house I used to live in before the Great Wave. The sun came in through the window every morning and lit up everything. Sometimes it looked like the walls were going to catch fire. This room is darker. I don't like the dark. That's when they come and hurt me. And sometimes they lock me here in the dark to punish me if I don't do what they say. Have you brought me my baby, Mr. Sleepyhead?
That poor girl is more disturbed than I thought.
It
looks like her mind hasn't been able to deal with all the pain of these last few months. Someone needs to get her out of here. No, Rose. I'm sorry. I haven't brought you your baby. Goodbye, Rose. I should be going now.
No, don't go. Please. Will you help me, Mr. Sleepyhead? Will you bring me my baby? And will you bring me a cradle like this one in the picture? Be my knight in shining armor. Bring me what I ask and I'll give you the answer. The key to unlock your chest of dreams.
I'll try, Rose. I promise.
اوكي لازم نجيب لها her baby.
There's makeup scattered at the foot of this mirror. I suppose those savages out there force Rose to put on makeup to make herself look older than she really is. This is the poor girl's place of business. It was probably dragged here from one of those heaps of trash out there.
Toolbox. Okay. Hand drill. Okay. لا كان في شيء ثاني.
It would break Rose's heart to see me stealing her baby's clothes. I'm not going to do that to her.
ما شاء الله على رجل محترم صراحة. هذه صورتها وهي تهز البيبي.
It's a page torn out of a very old magazine. In her delirium, poor Rose thinks it's a photograph of her and her baby taken before the Great Wave.
اوكي لازم نساعد البنت هذه.
Leaving us so soon?
يفكروا هو جاي للشيء
You're quick, pal.
غير أخلاقي.
How'd our little mouse do?
You two are
disabled. You two are despicable. Rose told me about how you abuse and prostitute her.
I think we'll have to teach that naughty little girl how to keep her mouth shut. Don't jump to conclusions, pal. Let me tell you how we found that chatty little rodent, since you're so interested in her. It was about 4 months ago. She was naked and injured, and she could hardly move. A group of soldiers had gang-raped her and left her for dead. They left her body wrapped in barbed wire from the camp fence.
Crows would have picked her clean if we hadn't found her when we did. It's only thanks to us that she's still alive.
Someone like Rose could never survive in the New World alone. You know that as well as we do. We're helping her. We protect her and we feed her. We actually keep her alive. The only thing we ask for in return is that she earn her keep.
The only problem is, sometimes she has a hard time understanding that. And we have to be a little more strict with her, that's all.
And the fact is, the girls, well, not too bright. But for some jobs, that's almost a blessing, don't you think?
What good Samaritans.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but you're catching on.
Okay, so this business
is really just another one of the hunter's rackets?
Hey, careful what you say. We're independent businessmen.
The hunter just lets us operate in his territory. He gives us protection and sends us clients. In exchange for a percentage, of course.
Fair's fair.
Yeah, fair's fair.
Of course, no doubt. I just hope that someday those bastards find themselves face to face with some of that fairness they talk about, wherever it might come from.
Okay, Rose was talking to me about baby Harrison. Do you know where he is or how I can find him?
Rose was talking to me about a baby, her son. Do you know where he is or how I can find him?
That little mouse's mind is gone. I wouldn't pay much attention to what she says.
Hey, as far as I know, her entire family died in the Great Wave. After the explosion, she wandered around in a daze for weeks, until she finally ran into a group of drunken soldiers who wanted to, have some fun with her. When we found her, all she had left was that wrinkled old magazine clipping clutched in her hand. It's her pride and joy. Now she's got it stuck up on the wall of the van.
And as far as the baby's concerned? Probably not alive anymore. If it ever existed. Who knows what goes on in that nutcase's head?
Then she really is all alone. She doesn't have anyone.
Of course she does. She has us now. My partner and I are sort of like, her new family.
We protect her and we feed her. We actually keep her alive. And you can bet your ass we will. As long as our little mouse still has that small fortune between her legs.
I don't have anything else to discuss with you two.
Okay. Come back anytime you like. You paid for it. The door to the van is open to you all night long.
يقول أنت دفعت يعني حق الليلة كاملة ويمدينا أرجع لها بياض.
What exactly do you think you're doing?
Hey, pal. Touch that generator and you're a dead man. My partner and I don't kid around when it comes to defending what's ours. That clear?
Extremely. I was just curious and wanted to see this relic up close. You don't have to get nervous.
نروح للحقيرين هذولا. الشايب قام خلاص انتهى دوره. كلوز الدور.
From all the noise coming from the other side of this door, I have no doubt that there are people in the bar, but they don't seem to hear me, or don't want to open up for me.
في ناس بس مو راضين يفتحوا. طيب.
Okay, here goes. It's impossible to budge these drums at all. I don't know what they contain, but whatever it is, it weighs a ton.
اوكي وزنه طن فلازم تخفف الحمولة بالدريل هذا.
Okay, so we'll make a hole in one of these drums.
عشان نروح الأويل اللي داخل هذا.
Blah. This must be the poisonous concoction they serve as a beverage in the bar. The drum is already empty enough. I think I can now get rid of this old hand drill. I doubt I'll be using it again. It's a thick cable that runs along that building's roof, but I can't see it very well from here. It's too high.
هذا الكابل لازم نقطعه عشان نوصل له لازم.
The cable's too high. I can't reach it from here. I could put this thing on top of the drums, but I doubt it would support my weight if my idea was to climb on top. I don't think doing this. Reduce this box to splinters and sawdust? I don't see the point.
طيب.
That's not a bad idea, but that cable's too high. I'm not going to be able to cut it from here. The bolt cutters are... It's useless. The subway sign is up. The cable's too high.
ما يقدر يوصل له حتى إذا ركب على هذا. طيب نشيل مثلا هذا.
With its contents spilled all over the ground, the punctured drum doesn't seem so heavy anymore.
نحط هذا فوق.
The cable.
لا مش هذا أنا متخربط. يا الحين.
This is the only way I can think of to draw those thugs out of their den.
عشان يعني خليهم يطلعوا.
What the hell is going on now?
Another power failure. Go figure. Nothing works in this damn camp.
This damn sewer is gonna be the end of us.
Everything's okay. Calm down and shut your mouth. You, light some candles. Get us some light in here. And you, come with me and take a look.
It would be better if they didn't see me around here.
Hey, look! The main cable is broken. How could that have happened?
I don't know, maybe the wind or a bird.
Bunch of idiots. The cable's cut. This was sabotage.
Yep. And here are the tools he used to do it. Gloves and a pair of bolt cutters.
Damn it. I can kiss that stuff goodbye.
Sabotage? Someone sabotaged us? Who would dare?
I haven't the faintest idea.
سوى روحه ما يدري تو جاي. ايش صاير يا شباب؟
What happened, Hank?
Hey, Mike. Nothing in particular. It's nice to see you around here, dude. Some idiotic camp electrician wanted to practice on our place. That's all. We'll give him a fitting reward when we find him. You know, fair's fair. So, tell me, what brings you to these parts?
I wanted to talk business with you.
Business? Of course, Mike. You know, in these hard times, we all have to help each other. I'm sure we'll be able to make a deal. Come inside and sit down with me. And you, fix this. All right, dude. You told me you wanted to talk business. So, here we are. Shoot.
اوكي بس لحظة يا شباب اشيك على شغلة دقايق وراجع. اوكي عدنا. خلنا نشوف. The last time I was here you told me that you could get anything I need. Okay.
The last time I was here,
يحتاج بطارية.
you told me that you could get anything. I need some batteries.
Of course, Mike. You know that I like you. I know one of our kind when I see one. I want to help you. I really do. But you know, in today's world, everything has a price. Things have gotten very ugly.
How much is it going to cost me?
Save your cash for those poor devils out there. I can see the future, dude. I can smell it and touch it. And that stupid paper will be worthless in a very, very short time.
So what is it you want in exchange?
The only liquid assets still worth anything in this new world, Mike. Fuel. Bring me gasoline, oil, kerosene, anything that can make a motor or generator run. These are dark days, and people need light. We want to bring it to them. You bring me the fuel, and the batteries are yours.
It's obvious that I don't have anything like that on me.
Then I'm sorry to have to tell you this, dude. No fuel, no deal. But you're a smart guy. I'm sure you'll figure out some way to make me happy.
يبغى فيول عشان يعطينا البتر.
I just talked to your men. Those maggots who are prostituting Rose. Business dealings turn my stomach.
Watch your mouth in my house, you damn prig. Because you're insulting me in front of my people. And this is not the first time.
That poor girl is disturbed. She has the mind of a child. What you guys are doing isn't right.
Do you want to talk about justice, dude? About that objective, impartial, blind lady with the scales? It's funny that you're the one bringing up that blindfolded whore. And wasn't it you who paid handsomely for some time alone with that little mouse? So, did you have a good time with her, Mike? And tell me, what are those blood stains on your shirt? I suppose my informants are mistaken. That blood is unrelated to the disappearance of a certain preacher in this city. Michael, did you treat him justly? Now, who the hell do you think you are, handing out lessons in morality to anyone, dude?
But how do you know? Oh wait, there's an explanation for all that.
Of course, there's an explanation. And it's very simple. You gotta do what you gotta do. But don't you worry, Mike. I see everything, but your secrets are safe with me. I like you, dude, because deep down, you and I are much more alike than you think. Our true nature is coming out in all its glory in this new world. You just need the courage.
You're wrong. I'm not like you.
I hope for your sake that you're the one who's wrong, dude. You're a predator. I can tell. Don't make the mistake of turning into a lamb, because you already know how that could turn out. And when it comes to Rose, let me tell you that she has every right in the world to defend herself. That's the magnificence of this new world. It's given us absolute freedom to assume our true roles. Rose, just like the rest of us, has to decide if she's a lion or a lamb. Ain't it grand, dude? It's only now that we're truly free to choose. But don't get me wrong, the right to defend herself is hers, and hers alone. So be careful with the heroic gestures, Mike. You touch a single hair on the head of any of my men to defend that little mouse, and I'll rip your skin off, one strip at a time.
يهددها يقول لا تحاول انك تهربها او شيء.
Got it?
Yes. You've made yourself perfectly clear. You won't have to tell me again.
Okay.
That horrible music is drilling into my eardrums. Why do you always play the same song over and over again?
You're lucky we're friends, Mike. Otherwise, I would have pounded your nose into your skull. That was my late father's favorite song. He was an apostle of the new world, a visionary.
Apostle of the new world?
That's right, Mike. An evangelist, a prophet. I hated that old bastard for years. As a boy, the beatings he gave me made me tremble at the sound of his voice, of his boots, of his belt. When I was just a kid, he forced us to live in the forest for days on end. Those were his survival classes, he said. I still have scars from those years. We were all delighted when they found the remains of his body burnt to a crisp in a car, clutching his flask of whiskey like a baby's bottle. It's only now I understand.
Understand? What?
What my father was trying to do. His commitment to making us strong. He was a visionary. He knew that hard times were coming. He never stopped repeating that. And he prepared us for them. That hell that buried me alive in the old and decadent world gave me wings in this new world and let me be reborn, cleansed and purified. I don't care if the Great Wave was the work of God or the devil. I only know that one of them has been very good to me. My father's prophecy came true. And the new world has put all of us in our rightful place.
Yeah, I haven't the slightest doubt. I should be going now.
Okay, Mike, whatever you say. Remember, get me fuel and you'll have your batteries.
كلها شو اسمه مساومة حياتها. طيب نعطيه الاي دي هذا اللي يمكنه انه يوصل الى يدخل المستشفى اللي فيها براميل اللي فيه.
Hey Hank, what if I told you I know where you can get more fuel than you've ever dreamed of?
Don't call me that again, dude. Like I told you, that man died in the Great Wave. But you have aroused my curiosity. So, where is this place? Information like that is well worth the batteries you need.
A few hours ago, I found a way to get into the medical center you told me about in the outskirts of the city. It's much bigger than it looks like from the outside, and it uses enormous generators to power its electrical system. They're storing hundreds of barrels of fuel in a huge depot, which is hidden behind a fence that goes all the way around the compound. It's invisible from the outside.
Yeah, and I suppose you brought those hundreds of barrels to the camp to bargain with me.
No, but I do have the key that will let you and your men get them out of there without raising suspicion. It's a vehicle pass for entering the compound, stamped by the army.
That's a very interesting story, dude. I'll have to do some checking, but it sounds promising. Now, if what you're saying is true, you're going to make one weary old bear very happy. But if you're lying, I'll find you wherever you try to hide, and I'll maul you with my paws right on the spot.
So you'll give me the batteries in exchange for the ID?
Deal. The ID is now mine. Here are the batteries you asked for.
اوكي حلو. قبل الاي دي مقابل الباتري. طيب.
Hey Mike, wait. Before you go. I've been thinking about it, and now it's my turn to propose a deal to you.
عنده ديل ثاني.
A deal?
Yeah, listen. Me and my boys don't like leaving the camp any more than we have to. We're a bit too well known and sought after by the pigs out there, if you get my drift.
I see.
All that talk about the medical center, the fuel and the ID got me curious. I need to get the lay of the land, to check out some things and work out a plan. But I can't expose myself. It would look very suspicious if I were to be seen poking around out there.
Of course. And what do you need from me?
Bring us enough information about that depot for us to make a plan. I'm talking diagrams, coordinates, maps, or better yet, a photo. Bring back what I'm asking for, and I'll give you whatever you want in return. What is it you need, dude?
اوكي يبغى منا صورة إلى المكان على أنهم خافوا يعني يعرض نفسه ويروح هناك بدون خطة، فيبغى دايجرام ماب أو حتى صورة إلى المكان، فيبغى منا هذا الشيء.
Oh, I don't need much. Just for someone to recover the old world and bring it back.
I'm afraid you're asking too much, Mike. For now, the laws of physics are the only thing from the past that me and my men haven't managed to subvert. In any case, I wouldn't try to prevent that great wave, even if I knew how to do it. Things are fine just the way they are. You know how it is. God, or the devil, has been very good to me.
طبعا طلب منا يحرر البنت المسكينة روز، بس قال لا هذا شيء كثير، وهو عاجبنا هذا العالم والقوانين الجديدة اللي فيه، وقول لو إنه كان يقدر يعني قبل لا يصير الجريت ويف إنه يمنعه ما راح يسوي، لأنه عاجبنا على قرعة واحد يعني حقير جدا. Could you make it so I get my life back?
Could you make it so I get my life back?
Your life? Oh yeah, I remember now, you're a blank head. You told me you had no memory of your past. Listen to it. Be careful about what you wish for, because maybe what you're looking for isn't what you want to find. Are you sure there's anything in that black hole worth bringing back? We're at a new beginning. This is the start of a new era, and you've woken up in it without any baggage. Enjoy it, Mike.
Do you know the trailer where Rod Atkinson and his wife live?
Do you know the trailer where Rod Atkinson and his wife live?
Yes, of course. I know Rod, that hypocritical busybody. He still thinks that with his old world morality, he can save everyone in the camp. He's a real pain in the ass, dude.
They have a young son, Colin. I can't tell you why, but I need to be alone with the kid, just for a few minutes. You have to make a commotion outside to keep Rod and his wife distracted long enough. Keep them busy for a few minutes. Find any excuse, but I need time alone with that boy.
You never cease to amaze me, Mike. I don't know what you've got in mind, but it's none of my business. Bring me the information I asked you for. Bring me that photo of the fuel depot of the hospital, and I promise you'll have all the time you need to do whatever it is you want to do with that boy. And my complete discretion, of course.
I don't know what idea is percolating in the hunter's sick mind right now, but I have to play along to avoid having to explain anything. I gotta make sure he doesn't find out about the boy's illness.
Deal. But nobody gets hurt, okay?
Bring me that photograph of the fuel depot at the hospital, and we'll do whatever's strictly necessary.
اوكي حلو. الحين هو دا يقدر الأقرع ساعدنا انه يشغل ابو كولين رود وامه، ويصير كولين بلا حاله واحنا نكلمه، بس مقابل هذا لازم يبغى الصورة اللي قال لنا عنها. طيب الحين نستخدم الباتري على الجي بي اس.
Okay, let's see if this device still works. Huh, it works. But what do we have here? It's a list with hundreds of names, places and addresses, and a map of the city.
اوكي الحين نستخدم العنوان.
Okay, let's enter the address shown on the card from Beechwood Oracle, 24 Mametz Wood Street. The map shows me a place near downtown. Let's go have a look.
Act 3 chapter الثالث Oracles and Ashes. اوكي جاب لنا هالمكان. طيب نشوف الأشكال الغلط.
Hey you! What are you doing here? Didn't you hear the curfew warning?
Relax. Look at his wrist. He's got a mole bracelet.
So you're one of those domesticated rats? You people disgust me. At least the rest of the worms at the camp have some dignity. But you guys, the moles, you're nothing more than a pack of treacherous stool pigeons.
No doubt, I have a great paragon of dignity before me. My hatred for these pigs has only grown. And more so since the incident at the camp entrance with the mole's children. Ruthless bastards. I just want to ask you guys a few questions.
Okay, do you know what's established?
Do you know what the establishment was before the Great Wave?
I can't say I do. I lived on the other side of town. But judging from what's left, I'd say it looks like it was a bookstore. Looks like it burned down to the ground after the Great Wave.
Well, I for one am glad that nest of bookworms was destroyed. I never liked books. They always were a total waste of time.
Is that right? At first glance, I would have taken you for someone with refined literary tastes.
I think that description fits you to a T.
Watch your mouth, you dirty rat! And don't think that bracelet would protect you. I could blow your head off without batting an eyelid. Don't forget who's in charge here.
Okay, why are you posted here?
Why are you posted here?
Just following orders. Rat, we're here to protect and serve the inhabitants of this city. That's our mission.
Yes, I can see how the people feel much safer with you around.
We're doing our nightly rounds, and we have orders to keep a particular eye on this neighborhood.
And why this neighborhood in particular?
Well, as you can see, this area of the city was left almost intact after the Great Wave. It was kind of a miracle. Most of the homes and businesses are still standing. So burglary attempts are pretty popular. If there's anything left in the city worth guarding, it's here.
You ask a lot of questions. Have you come to steal something, rat?
No, of course not. With officers of the law like you, I'd never dare do anything like that.
I wouldn't provoke my partner too much if I were you. He's plenty jumpy today, and he's sometimes rather unpredictable.
And as for you, blabbermouth, I watch my tongue if I were you. How I am is nobody's business. And you, get back to your nest, rat!
Okay, how's the night going?
So how's the night going?
Very quiet, except for a shooting at the entrance to the city a few hours ago. I think someone tried to steal some food. And when that happens, you have to act decisively. That's our duty.
It would be a fantastic night if it wasn't for those revolting cats. This damn neighborhood is infested with them.
Cats?
My partner doesn't like cats. And tonight they've been howling non-stop since we started our rounds.
Filthy creatures, dirty and pestilent. They're to blame for everything.
I won't bother you anymore. Keep up the good work.
الدب هذا يكره القطط. عنده فوبيا من القطط.
Burnt paper. The whole place is full of it. Hey, wait! One of these posters has a photograph of Reverend Blake on it. The Beechwood Oracle Bookstore invites you to a reading of The Annihilation of Time, where you can meet the book's author, Edward Blake. That explains why that deranged preacher had the card from this place in his pocket. On the other hand, I no longer have the slightest doubt as to the name of the establishment.
العنوان أو البطاقة كانت عنده وعنده المكتبة هذه.
I don't have a good feeling. I don't need to look through these pages. No, Dystopia. Could be the city's last name. I don't need to...
Okay, board.
I could try to use the nails to join them, but they wouldn't be able to pierce the metal of the subway sign. I don't see any way of combining these two objects using anything I have on me.
Okay.
In better times, they must have been overflowing with literature. Now they look like the aftermath of one of those book burnings in the old days that maybe aren't as distant as they seem. The sign says, "Emergency exit, Beechwood Oracle Bookstore. Do not block." Well, it seems that in spite of the warning, this door is indeed blocked.
طيب خلينا نستخدم الكروبار.
The sign says, "Emergency exit, Beechwood Oracle Bookstore. Do not block." Well, it seems that in spite of the warning, this door is indeed blocked. Doesn't look like it's going to be complicated to open this door with the crowbar.
الكروبار أحسن أداة في اللعب. ساعات كثير. أوكي. Okay.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh,
who the hell's over there?
I don't see anything.
Look at that building. I saw something moving in that shadow on that wall.
I think you're a little paranoid tonight. I told you to relax. Come on, take a deep breath.
Shut up! I bet it was one of those cats. All this is because of those pestilent beasts that have been bothering us since we got here. I couldn't stand them.
I better not let those two psychopaths down there see me. I should be very careful.
يا الله السايكوبات هذول مشكلة. خلنا نطلع.
Those two pigs seem to be watching that entrance very intently.
ما
They probably
يقدر
pumped me full of lead
راقبه
before I got a
الحيوان.
chance to turn the doorknob.
طيب امتى كان؟ Okay,
Judging from the traces of food, I'd say that this can was being used as a bowl to feed stray cats in a city of ruins. Only someone acquainted with one of these animal lovers knows that they're capable of things like this, and much more.
طيب. قطاوة هناك.
Shut up, you filthy beasts! Goddamn mangy animals! Get out of there! I'm going to gouge out your eyes one by one! Skedaddle!
لازم نبعد الدب هذا.
But what is your problem with cats?
Those cats are to blame for everything! They're what brought the disease to the city! They're what brought the virus that infects the dissolved!
Here we go again. I've told you 1,000 times. That's nonsense.
Of course it's not nonsense! I heard it from the friend of a friend who works in a research center.
Those poor creatures aren't to blame for anything.
Shut your face, you worm! You see that? It's comical! Rats defending cats! The world's been turned upside down!
Yes, it is comical. Cats being chased by pigs. In any case, those poor creatures can rest easy. That guy's arteries would burst before he'd be able to catch one of them.
هذا يكره القطط بشكل كبير لدرجة من شدة كرهه يقول هم سبب المرض هذا الديزول. طيب اوكي هنا الطريق. اوكي نستخدم هذا عشان ناخذ الرتن فيش هذه.
Okay, I'll use the can to avoid touching those disgusting fish with my hands.
كان with rotten fish. طيب الحين خلي القطاوة خلصنا من هالحقير هذا. تعال يا قطاوة ريحة السمك روح ليلهم.
There you are, you mangy beasts! So you dared to come out, did you? Now I've got you! Ow!
الدبدوب.
Goddamn revolting cats! Sooner or later I'll get each and every last one of you! I promise you!
Don't get mad. Your technique's improving. You almost got one this time.
Shut up!
اوكي الحين فرصتنا ان نخرب الانوار لان الانوار هذه هي اللي تكشفنا من الركاب. الحين يمدينا نعطلها. نشوف. لحظة. Yeah. كما فاد. ايوه هذا خليه على أقوى شيء.
Why does nothing work right in this filthy city?
Looks like a voltage surge. Suppose you think the cats are to blame.
Shut your mouth or I'll shut it for you. I'm not letting those flea-bitten beasts out of my sight. No chance, mate.
طيب الحين يمدينا مادام خربنا الأنوار يمدينا نروح إلى الروف.
Hey, wait a minute. I've seen this place before. I've been here. I recognize this rooftop. Those trees. The park. The statue. Tomorrow comes today. Of course. The photo from the poster. It was shot from someplace in this very building. But what's the meaning of all this? And could it be that the voice wasn't actually trying to lead me to that burned out bookstore down there? But rather to this building? To this place?
Okay. Pocket. جت الحالة.
Oh no. It's starting again. It's amazing. Everything's changing. Everything. Everything is mutating, and I haven't even moved. I don't understand. I don't understand anything.
Okay. Metal Black.
There's a metal plaque on the wall next to the door. Michael Argent, photographer. I can't believe it. This is the apartment of a man named Michael, an apartment located above the Beechwood Oracle bookstore, and in the building where the photograph on the poster was taken. Can all this really be a coincidence? It's hard to believe, but is it possible that the voice in my head has been guiding me to my own front door?
يعني هذه شقته ممكن يكون انه هو مصور. طيب ايش handwritten note.
There's a piece of paper stuck to the door, and it looks like it has a handwritten message on it. Let's see what it says here.
Hi Michael, we have been trying to get in touch with you for quite some time. Where are you? We are starting to get very worried. Chris needs to see you very urgently. Come see us at the newspaper office. Okay, we are living there now, Sarah. هني شعار TNT.
Who could Sarah be? And this Chris? Could he have something to do with the person I saw in my vision?
هذا اسمه كريس ظهر في الفيجن عنده في البداية. شوف لحظة خليفة.
Of course, it's locked. And I think it's better if I don't try to pick the lock. I could be mistaken for a burglar. And the last thing I need right now is for someone to call the guards patrolling this area.
اوكي. حاولنا نفتح الباب. انها الظاهر شقتها هذه.
Isn't it time for you to go back to your nest, rat?
يتحرش الدبدوب هذا.
That ignorant bastard is starting to get on my nerves. Yes, I do have to be going. By the way, how did the chase go? Were those cats too quick for you?
You better go. It's not in your best interest to get my partner any more agitated. Not tonight.
You shut your mouth, you rat, or I'll shut it for you. I won't warn you again. Those beasts are possessed, and I'm going to exterminate them one by one with my bare hands if I have to.
I'm sure that would make you the pride of the force. Just one more thing. Try to stay away from the trash cans next time.
I've warned you, you filthy rat! You've worn out my patience! This will teach you to treat me with a little more respect! I'm going to wipe that stupid grin off your face! Ouch! This is the only language you shitheads from the refugee camp understand! So, you're going to treat me with respect now, aren't you?
Come on, leave him alone. You'll kill him. He is a mole after all.
And it's in our interest to keep him alive. Come on, let's get out
زين
of
السوار
here.
نفع يفكروا مول
You're
جاسوس.
safe for now, but I have a very good memory for faces. Another day, I'll finish what we started, Rat. I swear it.
راح الملاعين. Blood stains.
These stains mark the spot where that bloated psychopath knocked me down with his flashlight. Now I can say I've made my mark in this new world. Wait a minute. In all that blood, there's something white. It's a fragment of one of my teeth.
أخذ ضرسه وياه.
A reminder of my clash with the soldiers, in case my memory fails me again.
اوكي الفلاش لايت صرت نحتاجه حق الغرفة المظلمة اللي هنا. طيب الحين نروح نحاول نوجد المفتاح حق هالغرفة هذه أو حق شقتها. مهم جدا إنه يدخلها. طيب نستخدم الباكيت ناخذ ووتر.
Okay, I'll use the bucket for what it was designed for, to be filled with water. Before I go down, I'll leave the heavy stuff here, in case the rope doesn't support my weight.
اوكي خلصنا حلو. باكيت with water. نجي هنا نروح هنا لأن في شيء نسيناه اللي هو الإلكتريكال تيب. طيب
I could use the electrical tape to hold something to this object, but what do I want to add to it? Adding electrical tape to this. I could use the electrical. It's useless. Since it's made of wood, I can use the nails to attach something to it. But what?
أو لحظة التيب نحطه هنا.
I could use the electrical. Let's see. I'll use the electrical tape to join these two objects. The bad news is that I just used up all the electrical tape.
تمام. بعدين هذا نحطه هنا.
Let's see. I'll use the rusty nails to attach these two objects together.
نسوي. حلو. سوينا لنا كريدل. الحين نستخدم الباكيت ووتر عشان نطفي المصيبة اللي هنا.
Here goes. Maybe we can still salvage something from the fire. Now that the fire is out, I don't intend to carry this rusty bucket around anymore. I'll get rid of it.
اوكي الحين ناخذ الدمية محترقة عشان نقول لروز مسكينة اللي عقلها مختل. هذا ولد يا روز، لأن لازم تجيب لها ولدها عشان تقول لك السر. تفضل يا روز جيب لنا ليش ولد.
I'm not proud of what I'm about to do, but I need to find out that secret Rose is keeping from me. And if she wants her baby, I'll give her back her baby. I brought you your baby, Rose.
Did you bring me my baby? Did you bring him? Thank you so much, Mr. Sleepyhead. You kept your word. You brought me my baby. Now I need you to bring me a crib, like the one in the picture, Mr. Sleepyhead. And then I'll tell you the secret, the key that opens your chest of dreams.
اوكي تبغى الحين سرير البيبي. تفضلي وهذا سرير البيبي.
Thank you. Now I can rock my baby to sleep and sing to him.
Now I need you to tell me that secret you promised to reveal if I brought what you asked.
Yes, our secret. I have something that belongs to you, Mr. Sleepyhead. It's the key that opens your chest of dreams. And now, It's yours again.
But it's a real key. Where did you get it?
I found it in your jacket after Rod and his wife gave me your clothes.
شافت
When I got to my
الثياب.
room, the key fell on the floor and made a clinking sound. I had just seen you sleeping in their trailer, like a big bear. And then I figured it out. It was the key to the chest where you were keeping your dreams. Because you like to
هذا هو
dream,
مفتاح
don't you?
شقتها.
Of course you do. That's why your name is Mr. Sleepyhead.
The key that opens my chest of dreams. Thank you very much for your help, Rose. Take good care of your son. I should be going now.
No, please. Don't go. Don't leave me here. Now that I found my baby, I have to get away from here. Far away. I have to get away from the haunted castle. If you leave, more men will come and hurt me, and they'll lock me up in the dark again. And I can't stand the dark. That's when those soldiers come back and take me with them. And now they'll want to hurt my baby too.
The hunter was clear. I mustn't get mixed up in his affairs, or there'll be hell to pay. I'm sorry, Rose. I can't do anything.
Mr. Sleepyhead, I can't stand it anymore. Don't let them touch me again. Please help me.
تبغى ننقذها
You
من
have to get me out of here. Like
الصعبة.
the knight in the stories. You're my knight, and I'm your princess.
Oh, good God. This is unbearable. Victims and executioners. It sums things up. And what was I? What was my role before the Great Wave? Damn it. I can't just leave that poor girl to her fate. I have to do something to save her, even if I don't know what that is yet. I'll help you, Rose. I'll help you get out of here.
Thank you, Mr. Sleepyhead. Do you promise?
أهم شيء إنه وعدها.
Will you be my knight in shining armor?
Yes.
أوكي لازم نوعدها.
A string of Christmas lights is the only source of light in this room. The reflections of the colors make this place seem even gloomier and more sordid.
واير وتبيرت لايت. طيب الحين يمدينا نروح ونفتح شقتنا. ايوه وين المفتاح؟
Let's see if my intuition is correct. Yes, the key that opens my chest of dreams is a key that in fact belongs to Michael Argent, photographer. The key to my own apartment.
طيب ندخل your apartment. نفتح الدولاب. انستانت كاميرا. هذه الكاميرا اللي نحتاجها عشان نصور.
A somewhat antiquated model of an instant camera. Despite its appearance, it seems to be in perfect working order. I only see one problem. It has no film in it.
بس تحتاج إلى فيلم. ما فيها فيلم. طيب تشوف الصندوق. Music box.
It can't be. It's me. This photo. I remember it. I remember this photograph.
Please, Michael, help us. Only you
هذه
can do
البنت
it.
اللي
This woman is... she's Emily. She's my wife.
Emily.
Now I remember her. The person who's been communicating with me all this time. Emily.
I love you, Michael.
And I now pronounce you.
Don't ever leave me.
I won't.
تذكر الزواج.
I have something to tell you, Michael.
الأشياء الطيبة.
Are you really? Oh, yes!
Things are not going well between us, Michael. You know that.
It's only a rough patch. You'll see. It's all your fault!
You have to get on top of this, Michael. It's destroying both of us. I'm afraid of you.
Shut up! Shut up! Everything will be different. Remember that vacation we took to the beach when we were getting to know each other? Everything will go back to the way it was.
Promise me.
I promise. Oh, Emily, what does all this mean? Where are you? How can I find you? What are these messages you keep repeating in my head? I've lost my mind. I've lost my mind. That's the only logical explanation for this. Oh, Emily. My poor Emily. Where are you? How can I find you?
أوه زوجتها. شوي بدأت ترجع الذاكرة إلى.
No. I'd only rip it if I tried to pull it down without first taking out the screws. Whoever designed this building didn't go to too much trouble to conceal the structural elements. There are pillars and wooden beams all over the place. A line of tiny screws holds up the white backdrop that hangs from the crossbeam.
Okay.
What for? None of these titles means anything at all to me. It's like looking into a mirror and seeing a reflection you no longer recognize staring back at you.
كأدراج مرقمة.
Alexander Tribune. That's the name of this newspaper. Now I understand. This file cabinet holds copies of newspapers and magazines my photos appeared in. It seems like as a photographer, I was very fond of my own work. Benton Heights Post. The title of this publication appears in the front page.
يعني مجموعة من الجرايد. روح لحرف التي.
Solstice Times, one of the many newspapers stored in the filing cabinet.
شوف هذه.
Sandy Ridge Sentinel. That's the name of this newspaper.
لا مش هذه.
The New Truth. The title of this publication appears in the front page.
الانيشيال TNT نفس الموجود لهذه.
It's the note I found on the door to the apartment.
TNT.
Who could Sarah be?
TNT. The New Truth.
Who could Sarah be?
هذه الجريدة المطلوبة.
The New Truth.
ناخذها.
The New Truth. The newspaper for those who have woken up. It looks like a decent publication, even though it was produced on a shoestring budget. The address of the office is at the bottom of the first page, and the article on the front page is under the byline of one Chris Blunstone.
اوكي هذا اللي هو
The address of the office and the
يبحث عنه من زمان. الآن نحطه في الGPS الادرس.
It seems like a good idea, but the GPS signal is very weak in here.
لازم
I
اطلع
think it
برا.
would be better to.
لازم نطلع برا. طيب وين الخروج؟ اوكي الحين.
Of course. The letters TNT on the letterhead of Sarah and Chris's note stand for the newspaper, The New Truth. I'll enter the address of the newspaper office shown on the front page. The map indicates a place near the main avenue of the city. Will it still be standing? Let's go find out.
Chapter الرابع Old and New Truth.
Good God, Michael, is that you?
There's no question about it. That's the person I saw in my vision. The person mentioned in the note I found in my house. What was his name? Hello, Chris.
Come in quickly. It's dangerous to be out on the streets at this hour. Michael, I'm so glad to see you again. After all that time without hearing from you, Sarah and I feared the worst. But tell me, why didn't you come sooner? Where have you been all this time?
From his enthusiastic welcome, it looks like this man and I were good friends in the past. Before
ما يتذكر شيء بس حل يقول من استقباله يبدو ان احنا كنا اصدقاء قراب من بعض.
It's a long story, Chris. Very long.
I'm all ears, old friend.
And while I tell him everything I can remember, the few things in my memory since waking up in Rod's trailer, I see a mixture of tenderness and compassion on his face. Something I haven't seen in anyone else since waking up in this hellhole.
شاف منه التعاطف والمحبة.
I can trust this man.
يقدر يثق فيه الحين.
I'm sorry for everything that happened, Michael. Sarah and I had been trying to get in touch with you for a long time, but the Great Wave made it impossible to find you. Now I know why. As a matter of fact, she went out to take that note to your house. I haven't seen her since. Tell me, did you find Sarah? Did she tell you she was coming here?
Sarah? I'm sorry, but I just found this handwritten note on the door. That's all.
handwritten.
Of course, forgive me. You already told me that you were blanked. You don't remember her. Sarah is my wife. Emily and she were close friends. In fact, they ran the Beechwood Oracle bookstore together.
يعني هم أصدقاء وزوجاتهم بعد.
That's how you started working with us at the New Truth. And the two of you, Emily and you, became like family to us. I want you to know that what happened to Emily affected us deeply, Michael. Sarah was devastated. We could hardly bring ourselves to speak to you at the time. I'm so sorry for what happened to her.
What the hell are you talking about?
Good God. Don't tell me you don't remember that either. Emily died, Michael.
But that's impossible.
I'm sorry to be the one to make you relive that hell. You yourself told Sarah and me on the phone a little while before you returned home. It happened while the two of you were in Japan, scarcely a few days before the Great Wave hit. At the paper, we sent you on an assignment to do a photo essay on those strange lights that had been sighted in the sky over Tokyo. So you got all your photography equipment together and set off right away. Emily went with you. You two decided to use the trip as a chance to work on your marriage, which had been in trouble for a long time. You were in bad shape, Michael. Your financial problems, her miscarriages, your violent, self-destructive nature. Emily couldn't take it anymore. You were putting her through too much back then.
Things are not going well between us, Michael. You know that.
It's only a rough patch. You'll see. It's all your fault.
You have to get on top of this, Michael. It's destroying both of us. I'm afraid of you.
I can't help it. It's that demon. You know I can't help it.
From what you told us, things were getting better. After so many years, both of you were starting to rediscover each other.
Everything will be different. Remember that vacation we took to the beach when we were getting to know each other? Everything will go back to the way it was.
Promise me.
I promise.
Until one night in your hotel, Emily started to feel sick. It all happened very fast. She was having fainting spells, vomiting, running a fever. You took her to the nearest hospital where she was admitted immediately.
Emily, what's happening? Emily! Emily!
A few hours later, they told you she was dead. They wouldn't even let you see her body. They wouldn't let you see her. The Japanese authorities hustled you off on the next plane out. It was all very strange and disconcerting. At the very night you arrived, the Great Wave hit.
Oh, Emily. Now I remember it. I remember everything.
I remember her pale, haggard face when she took my hand. Don't worry. It's nothing. Everything will be all right, she was saying, while they were wheeling her deep into the hospital. And she waved goodbye to me, forcing a smile to cover her fear.
And then I saw it. I swear I could see how time was stopping. Little by little.
8 و5 ما أدري كم ثانية.
Emily can't be dead. She talks to me. I've been hearing her voice for some time now.
يعني هي اللي تقول له wake up.
You must think I've lost my
بداية
mind.
اللعبة زوجتها.
From the little we were able to talk to you before you got back, we could see that her death hit you terribly hard, Michael. You felt extremely guilty for the way you treated her those last few years. You said you would never be able to forgive yourself. It's possible that the pain warped your mind, but it's also possible that what is happening to you is real.
If Emily died before the Great Wave, how can what's happening to me be real?
Let me tell you something. In spite of the catastrophe, at the New Truth, we've never stopped working. For Sarah and for me, this newspaper is our life. And since the Great Wave, our contacts and confidential sources haven't stopped bringing us the most incredible and chilling information you could imagine. Thousands, no, millions of unexplained phenomena are taking place simultaneously all over the world, Michael. We're living through the strangest and most confusing times in our history, and any hypothesis, no matter how crazy, must be taken into consideration. Even what you just told me. There's no question that something extraordinary is happening all over the world because of the Great Wave, the emergence of the dissolved, and our gradual approach to the dead synchronicity point.
Dead synchronicity. يعني يقول هو تزوجها تزوج زوجته إيميلي، وصارت ما بينهم مشاكل بسبب يعني بعض المصاعب المالية، عنده ظروف مالية، وأيضا هي صار لها حالة إجهاض، فصارت ما بينهم مشاكل. فهم شغالين مع هدول أصحابهم في الجريدة، فطلبوا منهم يسافروا اليابان عشان يصوروا ظاهرة أضواء فوق المباني. فلما وهم يعني وافق يروح مع زوجته، وفي نفس الوقت تكون مثل يعني السفرة السياحية اللي من خلالها يقوي العلاقة، لأن يعني صارت لهم مشاكل كان بين الفصل، بس رجعوا. وأثناء ما هم هناك زوجته مرضت وماتت في اليابان. وهذا الشيء صار قبل أيام قليلة من جريت ويف. أوكي.
Yes, the Great Wave. People have been telling me about it since the moment I woke up.
Everyone talks about it, but no one really knows what it is. Did you know that the catastrophe didn't just strike here, but all over the world? They keep us isolated and misinformed. But that's the truth. The Great Wave didn't just destroy this city. It affected the entire planet. And the most surprising thing is that it all happened simultaneously. At the exact same moment everywhere on Earth. Isn't that amazing? There's never been an official account of the catastrophe. They don't want to tell us. But at the New Truth, we know a lot of things they don't want us to know.
They? Who are they?
The elite, the army, the shadow government. Whoever is in control at any particular moment. They're determined to maintain the power structures of the old world by any means. The irony is, for the moment, any notion of order or control is absurd. The rules of the game have changed completely, and the entire world is slipping through their fingers. They're disoriented and frightened, and they'll do anything to prop up the old system. That's what makes them so dangerous. But information weakens them, makes them vulnerable. And that's why we have to keep investigating, Michael. It's our duty to uncover the truth.
They dissolved. The horrible
dissolved. That horrible disease.
Yes, the fate of those poor devils. That's the cruelest and saddest part of this story. From reliable sources, we've been able to find out that while it is true the Great Wave multiplied the number of dissolved drastically, a few early cases of dissolution were actually detected hours, even days before the catastrophe.
What? There were cases of the dissolved before the Great Wave?
Yes, Michael. Just a handful of victims scattered across the globe. But the timing is significant. What's more, people have told us shocking stories about those victims.
I could tell you one. Colin, the only child of the family that took care of me in the refugee camp, is a dissolved. Just a few hours ago, in a deep trance, he shouted out my name, insisting that he needed to talk to me. He kept saying that he wanted to give me a message from Emily.
Good God, Michael. And what was that message?
I don't know. I haven't had a chance to talk to him, but I will. His condition is very serious, and I have to hurry.
If only we had more information about the disease, what it is, where it came from. If only we knew a little bit more about those strange underground highways they talk about so much during their trances. We need more information. At the New Truth, all we have are a few eyewitness reports here and there, and a handful of tests for detecting the disease that we were able to steal from one of the cleanup brigades. And that's not very much when you're trying to put together a puzzle as obscure and complicated as this one.
فعلا معقد. بس المعلومة الصادمة اللي قالها إن الديسولف في حالات ظهرت قبل الكارثة، يعني يمكن ما تكون الكارثة هي السبب الرئيسي. Okay,
Dead synchronicity. What's that?
It's very difficult to explain, Michael. We're still so short of information. But I will tell you one thing. Time is running out. The Great Wave triggered a landslide of death and destruction that's accelerating by the day. And the end will be absolutely devastating.
Look around you, Chris. It's impossible for the situation to get worse.
If the theory about the approach of the dead synchronicity point is true, the future that awaits us will make everything we've seen up to now seem like a walk in the park, Michael. The arrival of the dead synchronicity point will mean the end of the world as we know it. The end of the laws of nature, the laws of physics, the very meaning of existence. And with them, of course, the end of the human species on the face of the Earth. Our inability to adapt will wipe us out in a matter of minutes. And indeed, in some cases, it's already happening. But the good news is that if this hypothesis is correct, the very nature of this anomaly could also allow us to reverse the situation.
Reverse the situation? You mean avoid the future you're talking about? Avoid the consequences of the Great Wave? Is that possible?
Of course it is. How can I explain it to you? No, not yet. It would be too complex for you to understand, and I don't want to create any false hope. I can't tell you anything more for the time being. We need more information, more sources, and we need them urgently. Time is running out, in every sense of the word.
I need answers too, Chris. Where can I find the information you need? How can I help you?
A few days ago, one of our confidential sources in the Army contacted the New Truth. He told us he had a bombshell in his hands, an official report of the results of all the investigations conducted to date on the Great Wave, the Dissolved, and the Dead Synchronicity Point. It's a real gold mine, Michael. The answer to our prayers.
And where is that report now?
The same day she left the note at your house, Sarah was supposed to meet our source at the same place we always meet people who cooperate with the New Truth, which had been the safest place in the city up to that point. The sewers. But she never came back.
The sewers.
I was hoping she'd found you. Or perhaps some problem had come up in the sewers, and she'd taken refuge in your apartment.
Don't worry, Chris. Sarah will be fine.
Yes, I know. Sarah is a strong woman and very resourceful. I know she can take care of herself. If you want to help us, Michael, get us that report. I'm trapped in this basement in this wheelchair. But I know that you'll be able to get it for me. It's vitally important that we get it. That's where we'll find the answers to all our questions. Even answers about Emily and her messages. Follow the trail of Sarah and our source. Go down into the sewers and find some clue that can lead us to them. But be very careful down there. It's dangerous.
Dangerous? You just told me the sewers were the safest place in the city.
Indeed, they were. That's why they became the perfect hiding place for the Dissolved and their families. For some time now, the Army has been reinforcing its dragnets for catching the Dissolved hiding in the sewers. If they find you in one of those tunnels, they'll shoot first and ask questions later.
I'll be fine.
Take this. You'll need something to guide you. The city sewer system is a veritable labyrinth. I've marked the exact spot where the meeting was supposed to take place. It's a huge subterranean gallery where several pipes converge. Michael, please, bring me that report. And for the love of God, bring Sarah back to me safe and sound.
I'll do it. Covered with scrawled notes, open books, and dirty coffee mugs. I get the impression that Chris lives, works, eats, and sleeps at this enormous desk. A huge old trunk. Loose dust on top suggests that it hasn't been opened in a long time. Locked with a key. I'm afraid that Chris doesn't trust anyone. And the way things turned out after the Great Wave, he's doing the right thing.
سارة photos هذه صورتها.
While I can't remember her clearly, looking at this photograph gives me a pleasant sense of tranquility. I'm sure Sarah and I were very good friends before the world collapsed.
اوكي خلينا نطلع نروح للمجاري. اوكي هنا البيت حقنا. اوكي لازم نستخدم الكروبار عشان نفتح.
The crowbar fits perfectly into the hole in the manhole cover.
حلو. لازم نستخدم الفلاش لايت عشان ننزل.
Here goes. I'll use the map Chris gave me as a guide. These tunnels are a real labyrinth.
لازم الفلاش لايت والماب مع بعض.
This is the place marked on the map, the place where Sarah and her confidential source were found.
طيب زين يعني استخدم النور.
That skylight leading to the outside is the only light in this place. The combination of the architecture, light and water, give this place an unearthly appearance. It looks like a cathedral built inside the sewers. This is where that river of filthy water ends. It's funny, despite the nauseating stench it gives off, there's something hypnotic about that viscous green waterfall. Dozens of dark tunnels converge in this area, most of them closed or inaccessible from here. This place must be the true subterranean heart of the city. It's a shoe, trying to stay afloat in the stinking sludge of the sewer. From here, it looks like a castaway waiting for help. It's of no use. I'm afraid that there's not much I can do for it now. There's a very familiar sound coming from the depths of the tunnel behind this grate. It's a subway train. I don't get it. If they boarded up the subway stops and shut down the subway service, what the devil are those trains carrying? And where are they going?
قطار تحتنا. ويست هيل.
I've been able to remove some of the waste, but I won't be able to remove the rest of it with my hands. This stuff is too snarled up.
لازم نستخدم شيء، نستخدم الكرابار كان نزيل.
Alright. Let's see what the devil's so tangled up in here.
شيل الكومة هذه.
My God! Sarah!
Oh, جثة
Bullets
سارة.
torn off her jaw. But her face is still recognizable.
رصاصة.
Poor Chris.
مخترقة
I'm
فكرة.
going to break this to him.
قتلت مسكينة. قتلت سارة كوربس.
One bullet hit her in the jaw, and another one through part of her neck. There's no doubt that Sarah bled to death while using the last of her strength, trying to drag herself out of here. A flash drive. It's sticking out of the corpse's clenched fist. Sarah is holding on to it for dear life, even in death.
وفي فلاش ميموري. فلاش درايف فيه. هذا الفلاش شكله اللي فيه المعلومات.
I'll take good care of it. This piece
يعني
of
كانها
plastic was the
بتحميه وهي
motive for
ميتة.
Sarah's murder. That's how little human life is worth in this hellhole.
طيب نرجع نروح لكريس نقول نعطيه الدرايف. تفضل يا كريس، هذا اللي وجدناه في السيور.
Hello, Chris.
Michael, you're back already? Tell me, did you find Sarah? Did you bring the report she went out to get?
I brought the report. Here it is.
Oh, that's great news. I knew you could do it. Ah, damn it. I should have guessed. I was expecting a paper dossier, not an electronic document. We have a serious problem, Michael.
Problem? What's wrong?
We're not in the old world anymore, and access to electricity is a privilege very few people have nowadays. The good news is that I was able to save my old laptop from the Great Wave.
التكنولوجيا انعدمت في الوقت هذا، بس هو يقول عنده لابتوب لحسن الحظ خزن عنده.
The bad news is that we don't have anywhere to plug it in.
What can we do?
If we want to find out the secrets in this report, we need
ما
electricity.
في كهرباء.
Bring me a generator with enough fuel, and we'll find all the answers we need, Michael.
لازم
But tell
جنريتر
me, please,
وفي فيول.
did you find Sarah?
شغل اللابتوب.
Why didn't she come back with you? What happened?
يسأل عن سارة. Don't worry, Chris. I found plenty of indication to think Sarah safe and sound. I am sorry, Chris. يعني أنت مخير إنك تصدمه، تقول له ميتة، أو تقول له ما شفته بس شفت علامات وأدلة إنها تكون يعني بخير. فخلنا نطمنه، ما يحتاج إن نزيده هم على هم.
Don't worry, Chris. I found plenty of indications to think Sarah is safe and sound.
What indications?
It seems there was a shooting in the sewers, and that Sarah and your source escaped unharmed. They fled through one of the grates in the sewer network, through an outlet near the refugee camp, and they hid the report there for us to find.
They left the report there, you say?
Yes.
كذب عليه
قال until things calm down a bit. I'm sure Sarah will be back in a few days.
Yes, she'll be back in a few days.
That's
what I figured. Thank you. You're a true friend. Now, get me that electric generator. Time is running out.
طيب بما أن هذا انفتح.
What do we have here? As one would expect, there are only old magazines, stacks of paper, and outdated printing supplies here. No, wait a minute. It looks like there's also film for instant cameras here.
يا سلام، حصلنا الفيلم هنا حق الكاميرا الفورية. جاي طيب، الحين يمدينا نحطها.
Perfect. Now I can load the camera. The tab that closes the film compartment is broken. I can't use it like this. I need something to hold it in place, or else the film will keep falling out.
اوكي، مشكلة في الشيء اللي يحفظ الهولدر حق او الكومبارتمنت حق الفيلم، نصلحه بالضرس.
I can't believe it. The tooth fragment fits perfectly into the slot for the broken tab. Now I can close the film compartment.
سبحان الله، الضرس هو اللي صلح الكومبارتمنت.
Before leaving his house, I shoot a furtive glance at Chris. He's gazing at Sarah's photo in silence, completely lost in thought. I'll never know if he believed my story. Ask him. There's already too much pain in this new world. Why cause more?
والله هذا اللي احنا كنا نقوله. يعني الوجع والألم يكفي، ليش نزيد هم على هم. اوكي، الحين نجيب له الصورة اللي هو يبغاها، هذاك الحقير، عشان يساعدنا نوصل إلى كولين. بما أن الكاميرا جاهزة يمدينا أن نصور مكان البراميل الأويل أو الفيول. بس لازم نحتاج أن نولع البتاع. اوكي، نستخدم الفلاش عشان الغرفة المظلمة هذه.
Let's see what this room actually is with a little light.
ما فيها شيء، ما فيها الكنترول بانل.
All right. I'll flip the switch for the only circuit that's not blown. I think I hear the buzz of electricity coming from the surface.
كان نصعد عشان ينور المكان هنا. الحين نصور مئات البراميل عشان يرتاح الحقيقة.
Perfect.
عشان نشوف له خطة على قولته. هذه الصورة. اوكي، تفضل ايها الحقير، الشيء اللي انت طلبته، والحين تساعدنا ان نوصل للولد.
I've brought what we agreed. Here's the photograph of the fuel depot.
Fantastic, Mike. Let's see what you've got there. This is incredible. Those pigs have been storing thousands of gallons of fuel, and all within our reach. With your ID, all we have to do is go into the compound, say, "Hello, boys," and bring it all back here. You've just made me very, very happy, dude. I knew I wasn't wrong about you.
Now you have to hold up your end of the bargain.
Yes, of course I will, Mike. You know I'm a man of my word. Besides, these are hard times, and we have to help one another, dude. I'll get Rod and his wife out of their trailer, so you can have a little time alone with the boy. You have my word, and my complete discretion.
But remember that you promised that we'd do it my way, quietly and with no violence. I don't want anybody getting hurt. I just need your men to distract his parents on some pretext for long enough for me to slip in there, okay?
Of course, Mike. You have my word that we'll only do what's necessary. Only what's strictly necessary. Give me a few minutes and then go to the trailer. Everything will be fine when you get there.
Okay, but before I go, can I ask you for something else?
Today you've been the bearer of the best possible news, dude. So shoot. I'll see what I can do.
I need an electric generator urgently.
Hey, dude, calm down. I think you misinterpreted my offer. Since the Great Wave, a generator has become worth more than the lives of 100 people in this camp. Don't think I couldn't get you one, but the price will be so high that I can't imagine how you'll be able to pay me. I'm sorry, Mike.
But I just gave you access to thousands of gallons of fuel.
But those barrels aren't walking out of that place on their own. My men and I are going to have to risk our hides by going into the lion's den. I'm sorry, but the matter is closed. You should be going now. I've got to get the trailer sorted out. Give me a few minutes and then you can go there, okay? Adios, dude.
اوكي ما رضى الحقير يعطينا الجنريتر بس انه بينفذ الوعد انه بخليه. خلينا نقابل كولين.
Wait a minute. What's that noise? Why is everyone fleeing? What's going on?
Oh,
the cleanup brigades are coming. And they're heading for Rad's trailer. God damn it! The hunters turned them in. That animal turns Colin and his family in.
الحقير بلغ عن كولين.
He's not sick. It's a mistake.
هذه طريقة مساعدته.
Don't take him away. It's all a misunderstanding.
جو هذول
It's just a question of minutes before those bastards break into the trailer and take the boy.
اوكي يبغى لنا نستغل الوقت ازعاج السيارة هذه كان نوصل له.
Okay, I've got to act fast. The noise the ambulance makes will cover the sound of the glass breaking.
بمساعدة نويز الأمبيولانس ما راح يسمع الكاس. الحين يمديك تدخل. أخذ الريفولفر.
Michael? Michael, is that you?
Yes, Colin. It's me.
أخيرا صرنا.
How do you know my name?
Emily told me a lot about you. That's how I know you. She gave me a message. She said it was very important that I give it to you. What's all that noise outside, Michael? Where are my parents?
It's nothing, Colin. Your parents will be back very soon. Don't worry. But it's impossible for you to have spoken to Emily. She's no longer with us.
صادق.
Yes, she is. Emily is always with me. When I go down the underground highways, she's there, waiting for me. Emily gave me a message, Michael. She told me it was something very, very important.
Tell me what happens on those underground highways.
Tell me what happens on those underground highways, Colin.
The highways are very dark, and I don't want to go down there. They're too scary. There's no light, and they're full of ghosts. There are only shadows and voices down there. Everyone seems very sad and angry, and they tell me things I don't want to know, things I don't even understand. At first, I hid the whole time so they wouldn't find me, or I wandered around by myself for hours in the dark until I met Emily. Now I'm not so afraid of the underground highways, Michael, because she's always there.
Okay, you say that Emily takes care of you, but how is that possible?
You say that Emily takes care of you? But how is that possible?
She protects me. She keeps me from feeling scared, because I used to be really scared. I didn't know what was happening to me. I didn't understand anything. But now with Emily by my side, everything is much better. She tells me that what's happening to me is normal, that I'm just sick, but that the sickness will go away soon. And that the pain will go away for good then. That she also got really scared when she got sick.
Emily told you that she also got sick?
Yes, she told me that she went through this before me. That a while back she got the same sickness I have. She told me that she felt very lonely too, and that the pain was unbearable. But that it finally ended. And that's why I shouldn't worry. That the pain and the fear will go away. She's very kind to me, Michael. She's very kind to everybody. Isn't she?
Yes, Colin. Yes, she is. Emily contracted the same disease. No. It can't be. Emily dissolved? Is that why they didn't let me see her body? Is that the reason for all the secrecy surrounding her death?
يمكن هذا السبب ليش السلطات اليابانية ما سمحت له يشوف جسدها. And what is ما كان موجود يعني. ده هي dissolved يعني جسدها ده. عشان كذي ما خلوه يشوف. What is this message you have to give me?
And what is this message you have to give me that's so important?
She told me that she couldn't come back to be with us, that she will be trapped forever, on the underground highways, and that the same thing will happen to me very soon. That's why she asked me to tell you that we're connected, Michael. She told me that you'd understand. We're connected, and it's very important for you to remember that.
Connected? What does that mean, Colin?
Emily told me there was a thread that no one can see that joins us to you, and that's why there's still a chance we can be saved. But that only you could do it, while there's still time. She told me that if we're connected, there's still some hope for us all. Can you make everything go back to the way it was, Michael? I don't want to be stuck on the underground highways forever. Can you really make everything go back the way it was, Michael?
We're connected? What does that mean? I don't understand anything. This is all crazy.
Michael, help me. It hurts so much. Make it stop.
Colin, what's happening?
Make it stop. Please.
Colin!
شاطر بدأ يدور.
My God. I have to get out of here. I have to get out of here.
شاطر. شاف الذوبان بعد.
and let us do our job. No, don't go in there. I beg of you.
My son. My son.
Colin, no. No.
شاطر. والله رهيب هالمرة.
David, I can't breathe. If it's true that there's a way to change all this, I have to find it now. I don't think I can stand it any longer.
بس رسالتها ما
I
استفدنا
don't think
منها.
anyone can.
بس قال we are connected. احنا مرتبطين مع بعض. حاول تنقذنا. طيب أخذنا الريفولفر. أروح للحقيرة طخة. أقول الحقيرة وش هالحركة الوسخة؟ أنت يا الأقرع حسبي الله عليك.
Hey dude, back already? Nice to see you again around here. Your timing is perfect. So tell me, how did things go with the kid?
Ruthless bastard. You called the cleanup brigades.
Hey, calm down, Mike. Tone it down, okay? Of course I called the cleanup brigades. What did you expect? I was curious about your interest in the boy, so I did a little investigating on my own. My informants poked around Rod's trailer a little, and they discovered some things. Enough to find out how great a risk that kid and his disease represented to camp safety. These are hard times, and we have to take care of each other, dude. It's our common responsibility. Besides, you already know what I think of those disease carriers and the fools who protect them, Mike.
We agreed that we'd do things my way. We agreed that no one would get hurt.
No, dude. You're confused. I promised you I would do only what was strictly necessary to let you talk to the kid alone. And that's what I did. I made sure the soldiers gave you as much time as you needed to do whatever it was you had to do with that boy. Frankly, Mike, I don't understand why you're complaining.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Is that it?
Of course, Mike. You gotta do what you gotta do. And that's something you already know better than anyone. But now, sit down and have a drink with me. We got things to celebrate. Thanks to the photo you brought us, the plan to get our hands on that fuel at the medical center has been finalized. That depot holds more gasoline than we could ever have imagined in our wildest dreams. We're going over there in a few hours. Hey, Michael, today is turning out to be a great day, don't you think? One of the best I can remember.
No, I'm not gonna drink a toast with you because I don't have anything to celebrate. You're a despicable animal.
Hey, watch what you're saying, dude.
A pathetic, ignorant bastard. Garbage from the old world you were so happy to see swept away.
Watch out, Mike. I warned you not to disrespect me in my bar, in front of my men. Don't keep tempting fate.
Are you really offended? You're a vile insect with no morals. So God and the devil were good to you, you say? Open your eyes and look around, you paranoid worm, because you're nothing but a violent, drunken, demented psychopath, just like your father.
Turn off that music.
عصب الله يستر.
Turn off that music right now!
صب علينا الكلب.
Listen, Michael. There's already been too much commotion in the refugee camp, and more trouble is not in my interest. That's the only thing stopping me from tearing you limb from limb right here and
والله على
now.
التهديد.
And stashing your remains in one of those drums out there. But another word, and you're a dead man. Got it? One more word out of you, and I swear that tomorrow morning they'll find your stinking corpse so tangled up in the barbed wire
يا الله.
that they'll have to chop you up to get you out of there. And I don't care where you hide or how far you run, because you know I'll find you in the end. Now get out of my sight. Get out of my sight!
هذا ما يلاعب الأقرع هذا. كلمة واحدة. تخيل أرجع له.
This clandestine bar is now the Lion's Den. After our last conversation, if the hunter finds me inside, he won't hesitate to eliminate me on the spot.
إيه مالك به. الأقرع هذا مالك به. طيب الحين يا روز احنا ما نقدر نخلص، بس نقدر نعطيش سلاح تخلصي نفسك من هؤلاء الحقراء.
Hello, Mr. Sleepyhead. Have you come to help us?
I don't know whether who I was before the Great Wave entitles me to make any kind of moral judgments. But what I do know is that the hunter and his men are a real cancer in this new world, which is the only thing that really counts right now. The girl has a right to defend herself, that bastard said. So someone should give her the chance to do that. It's only fair, right? I can't get you out of here, Rose. I'm sorry. You're the only one that can do it.
Thank you.
As she was picking up the revolver, she gave me a look of determination that I didn't know she had in her. Rose acted so quickly that I barely saw what happened through the crack in the door of her van. Her hand was steady, even when the second man begged for his life, sobbing and groveling on the floor. The bullet went right through his heart. Blood splattered all over her white dress. And then she let the revolver drop and sat down, lost in her own world. And she didn't do or say anything else, holed up in her tiny, delirious inner landscape. There she had everything she could ever need, safe at last from the new world, which she will probably never return to.
يا ساتر، شكلها ماتت من الصدمة. يعني قتلتهم ومن الصدمة ماتت. اوكي، اخذ الريفولفر.
I'm not going to pick up that revolver. What for? Rose fired the only 2 bullets left in the chamber.
اي والله.
It's Rose, sitting perfectly still and staring off into space. I'm afraid she's gone, and she's not coming back.
بس انها تخلصت من
There's
هالعالم.
no point in bothering her. Fortunately for her, Rose isn't here anymore.
كوينز، ناخذ الكوينز اللي كانوا يلعبوا بها. طيب الآن يمدينا نشيل الشيء هذاك ونستخدم الكوينز على البيم.
Let's see. The coins fit perfectly in the heads of the screws. It'll be no trouble loosening them and taking the fabric with me.
نرجع. لا غلط. هناك. لا، ايش فينا؟ هناك. دامج جنريتر، يعني ضربت، هي اطلقت على الخزان الماء اللي فوق.
No, the water turned the generator into an enormous hunk of scrap
الووتر
metal.
خرب
Why would I want to
الجنريتر.
take it with me in this condition?
لازم نستنى. ايوه الحين فرصتنا.
What the hell? Another one of those repeating images of those damn time loops.
No. Rose. No, don't do it. No!
It's Rose, killing her captors again. But there's something in this one that makes it different. It feels more real and more intense than the other times.
طيب نستغل الوضع نغطي الجنريتر. لا ما مداني إيه لا مداك لازم تسوي هالحركة.
Okay. First I'll unplug the cables that connected to the trailer.
عشان لا ما يخرب الجنريتر. اوكي حصلنا على الجنريتر. نروح لصاحبنا كريس ونقول يا حج كريس اخيرا حصلنا الجنريتر. الذي تطلبه لتشغيل اللابتوب.
I brought the generator you need, Chris.
Great, Michael. I knew you could do it. Give me a few minutes to set up the computer and open the report.
While Chris was getting everything ready, I decided to sit down in one of the armchairs in the office. I was exhausted.
يا والله انهلك الرجال من هالرحلة الطويلة هذه.
My mind had been trying to make sense of the last few hours of my life for what seemed like an eternity. The first hours following my bitter birth in this new world. But how could I judge the new world if I could barely remember the old one? The only thing I was sure of was that we had lost something very valuable along the way. The photograph of our life, overnight, had turned into a dark, blurry, sepia-tinted image. All of civilization had drowned under the great wave, and the only thing left on the beach were its remains. But no, I was fooling myself. I was already lost before the catastrophe. To tell the truth, all the other victims of the great wave had been luckier than me. They still dreamed of returning to their lives. Mine had already been broken a long time ago. Did I really stand a chance of recovering something I'd already lost forever? What type of strength, what type of miracle could ever give me that second chance?
Michael, wake up!
What's happening?
The report, Michael. It's the report. I was going over it while you were sleeping. It's incredible. It's way beyond our expectations. You're gonna think I've gone crazy, but I don't even know where to start.
How about at the beginning?
Okay.
معلومات
It's the
صادمة.
dead synchronicity point. The entire universe is changing, and we're going to witness it. We're going to be witnesses and victims.
Witnesses? Victims? But what the hell are you talking about? What is this dead synchronicity point?
It's hard to explain. You're a photographer, so I'll try this analogy. Imagine a person's life chronicled in photographs. Up to now, and according to the rules that governed our universe, we were all subject to certain very specific temporal rules. Past, present, and future. That's all there was to it. So, the first thing we'd find would be a photo of the person as a newborn, then another on the person's 6th birthday, then another in college, and so on.
مراحل
Then
يعني
we'd
حياة
see photos
الإنسان.
of the person's wedding, children,
طفولة،
old
شباب،
age,
زواج.
death. All in logical, linear, chronological order. Since our universe is conceived along a single line that starts in the past, makes a stopover in the present, and then projects into the future. Do you follow me?
Yes, of course I follow you.
Well, imagine now that this entire temporal architecture crumbles, falls apart, dissolves. Imagine that something or someone has altered the foundations of our universe, changing the rules of the game, forever annihilating our idea of time, the concepts of past, present, and future.
I think you just lost me, Chris.
Then let me continue with the metaphor of the photographs. Imagine now that a card dealer takes all these snapshots that sum up the life of this person, shuffles them, and places them in a stack in one spot on the card table. What would we have then? There would no longer be a chronological line, Michael. There would be no past, present, or future. Each of the individual events captured in these photographs, they would all be happening simultaneously, at the exact same point in time. And that point we would call
the dead synchronicity point.
Exactly. Now our world is abandoning its old physical laws. and getting closer to that dead synchronicity point where time no longer exists. And therefore, all the phenomena and events that happened or will happen in the universe will start to be stacked on top of other ones, like the photographs in the dealer's deck.
Okay. الله حلو التشبيه هذا تشبيه.
That sounds crazy. How credible do you think this report is?
Completely, Michael. The dead synchronicity point is a fact, and the worst thing is that we're approaching it faster and faster. It'll only be a matter of days, at best maybe a few weeks, before the universe enters this new state. Time is ending, in every sense.
And what does all this have to do with us?
Come on, do you still not see it? This change in the architecture of the universe, this nullification of time, is the real origin of the Great Wave, the dissolved, and the emergence of the new world.
Okay, so the Great Wave was caused...
So, the Great Wave was caused by this approach to the dead synchronicity point?
Yes, Michael. The Great Wave was the first manifestation of our universe's approach to the dead synchronicity point. That's why the catastrophe struck at the same time all over the planet. It wasn't just a local occurrence. It had global dimensions. It was the first clear and obvious sign that something was going wrong. And it brought chaos and misery to the world, as you've been seeing yourself since you woke up.
Okay. And what the hell?
What the hell do the dissolved have to do with all this?
According to the report, the dissolved are still a big mystery. There isn't much information about them or their disease. What we do know is that they are people who are especially sensitive to the dead synchronicity point, and that is what's so tragic about them.
Especially sensitive?
Of course. This transformation, this radical and overwhelming change in the basic structure of the universe is totally incompatible with human life. We're condemned to die, Michael. Each and every one of us.
That's terrible. How can you be so sure of that?
If you think about it rationally, it's obvious. Our bodies are the product of hundreds of thousands of years of evolution, of a gradual and precarious adaptation to the environment, the universe, and its physical laws. Reaching the dead synchronicity point, the annihilation of time, we'd need another 100,000 years to adapt to such a drastic change. And what do you think will happen to the human race, to each and every one of us, when this process concludes? I'll tell you. Our primary metabolism will go into a state of shock. Our entire cell structure will be jolted so profoundly and so violently that what we now call our bodies will lose all coherence, leaving behind just a brown puddle as evidence of our existence.
We'll dissolve. Those poor sick people.
Indeed. According to the report, the dissolved are simply pioneers, people who are ahead of their time. The vanguard of the human race in its final extinction. That's why some cases started cropping up so early, even before the Great Wave. Their illness was the harbinger of the enormous explosion that was to follow. It preceded it by hours, even days. And that's why the cases are multiplying exponentially as we get closer to the end. Do you understand? We'll all end up turning into dissolved.
كلنا من البشرية كلهم بصيروا ديسول، بس اللي صاروا حتى قبل الحادثة هم عند حساسيتهم كبيرة على حسب الحساسية، يعني مو إنه شيء معدي يعني.
The last time we spoke, you told me that there could be a solution, a way to reverse all this madness.
Yes, and that's the best part of the report. Theoretically, Michael, and paradoxical as it may sound, our progress toward the dead synchronicity point also brings the opportunity to change things, to turn the process around and return to where we were before our world collapsed.
And how would that be possible?
By penetrating the very center of the anomaly, the deepest nucleus of dead synchronicity, and arriving at the point where time is just starting to fold back into itself before the process is completed. If, inside the dead synchronicity point, each and every one of the events that have happened or will happen in the universe unfold, then surely it must be possible to gain access to the moment when something or someone triggered the catastrophe and stop it.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. You're talking about time travel.
Yes, I'm talking about the possibility of accessing the past to save our present and our future, of turning the Great Wave and all its consequences into a mere nightmare that never actually happened. The report talks about the hypothetical existence of a door leading into the very heart of the dead synchronicity point, a door to each and every one of the snapshots of the past, present, and future of our universe. And if, through that door, we had a chance to access the precise instant when everything went haywire, then we might be able to change things. Michael, that's what we've got to focus on in whatever time we have left. But I have to continue studying this report. I'm sure there are more answers in it, and you have got to help me.
You're telling me that the dead synchronicity point is the origin of all this chaos? That our only chance of salvation is a theoretical journey to the past? Or sooner or later we'll all be obliterated? Like those poor dissolved?
That's right, Michael. So we'd better get to work on it as soon as possible. By the way, the report also mentions another very interesting thing about the dissolved.
What is it?
It seems that in their trances, through their trips to the underground highways, the sick form a strange relationship with each other. It's as if the disease unites them, regardless of any physical distance that might separate them. The report is very unclear on this point, but it seems as if the dissolved are somehow linked, connected.
My God. That can't be.
Remember, please.
لأنه يسمع أصوات من زوجته فهو مرتبط هذا معناه أنه مريض يعني هو ديسول.
Emily asked me to tell you that we're connected, Michael. We're connected.
Michael, what's going on?
Chris, get one of those tests ready, fast.
But what for? You don't think that you're also...
يبغى الفحص.
Do as I say.
Okay. Give me your hand.
يبغى يسوي تحليل يتأكد هل هو ديسولف أو لا. والله طلع أحمر.
It's positive. Michael,
you're
sick.
You are dissolved.
You're dissolved.
يا للصدمة.
No. That can't be.
والوقت هو ديسولف وهو ما يدري. هذا السبب اتصاله انه يسمع صوتها.
Wake up.
Emily? Emily, is that you?
Please, Michael, wake up. Wake up.
Is that really you? Where am I?
Yes, Michael. It's me. You are on the underground highways.
كانت كلام You have been playing Dead Synchronicity. وكنهاية اللعبة لعبة جميلة صراحة استمتعت بها وبقصتها. اسم الشركة يمدينا اروحه. اوكي خلصنا. هذه كانت اللعبة كاملة. اتمنى انكم استمتعتوا فيها. نشوفكم ان شاء الله في تخاتيم قادمة. نشوفكم على خير وفي امان الله.